Hello, everybody. Hello, darlings and dears. Welcome to the 4th episode of DieRole.
Woo!
Huzzah!
Hello, boys and girls and all all
Hello,
friends
everyone.
between.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, would you guys like to give the last time, or would you like me to?
I think it's best told by you personally, but if somebody else would like to.
I agree.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Well, last time on DieRole, our party returned from Cotina's after receiving their first assignment to go and hunt down the purple worm that has been undermining the city of Portwind, particularly running through the woman who owns Cotina's little basement. After leaving, they made their way back to their current base of operations out of the still under construction Guild of Guiding Light. On the way, starting to see and encounter the different challenges of skill that the various trades go through when attempting to pick a new representative in the council of the city. They ran into a couple artists in particular, one who'd had her paint stolen and one who didn't really want to be seen, but they managed to see anyway. When they made their way back to the guild, they realized it had been marked with a red X and the marker of Excelsior, the thieves guild within the city. And upon entering inside, they had a bit of an argument/plan session with Seamus, the legal representative who is part of the guild. After this, Ashoka went off with Seamus to get a little bit more dirt and or to annoy him further. And the rest of the party went off to the bestiary within the city to investigate and see if they could find out a little bit more about these purple worms. And it was here, after a couple missteps, that they managed to find themselves outside with two workers locked outside of the back entrance to their own facility. And the very last thing that happened was Pam, upon listening to the instincts of her little Jacques, her little floating boy, blasted some daylight down into the hole wherein a purple worm would have been kept to study as part of the bestiary's live-in residence, only to find it was empty. And that is where we are now. As the sun is beginning to set, dusk is almost upon them. Pam has just shed a bright light into this hole, only to realize that the purple worm is in fact gone. What would you all like to do? Darius, you're still outside the bestiary. Pam, Vincent, you're still inside. Though, Vincent, I'm not sure if you were around to see this bit. You may have been.
No, I don't think I was.
I think you were off trying to investigate something else, mayhaps?
Yes.
So
Okay.
I'm still trying to find where they are.
Yes.
So I've sent out a message saying, students, where are you?
You can only talk... you only talk to one of them at a time. So one of them gets, students, where are you? And the other gets, come to the front.
Darius is still a little bit quiet. I can't hear him too well.
Sorry. It's better.
Same for me.
Yeah, you're still quite quiet.
Here, Pam and Vincent, you begin to talk amongst yourselves and theorize, and I'll go help Darius try to fix his audio.
Okay. Well, first of all, I will move over to Pam because I think I was wandering around aimlessly, not being able to find anything, and still impressed that I unlocked the door. So, but not being able to find anything, I'll go back over to Pam and see what she's up to.
I'm like, Vincent, check this out.
What is it?
Do you see anything down there?
I don't see anything. It looks like just a big empty hole.
That's the problem. This is where the worms are supposed to be kept.
How could you possibly know that?
It says it right here.
What? Isn't it in a different language?
Huh?
I thought it was in a different language. How can you read it?
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Oh.
Well, now we know the word in this language for giant worm. Or it was in like a code so that only the people who worked here knew what it was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But regardless, I believe you. You're smart, so you probably...
I mean, what other underground underground creatures do they have in this facility?
Exactly. Well, we don't know because we don't work here, but they could have
Do I
like a bunch
sound-
of other underground creatures.
Do I
here.
sound lighter now? Louder?
Yes, a little bit louder.
Alright.
It's still kind of low.
Yeah. Still kind of low, but better.
Okay. I'll try again.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, well, maybe we should go ask the people to confirm if this is where the worms are.
What people? I mean, we shouldn't ask the people who are chasing us, but maybe we can ask one of the people in the other,
That's what I was saying, yeah, like the workers.
things. Okay. I mean, we could do that. But it's gonna take a bit for us to be able to actually talk to them, so...
Nick, do you want to be one of the workers?
Yes.
You're gonna play this
He
NPC,
said
okay?
I'm better, but not loud. But
So this is where I have to put on my fake pregnant woman persona, okay? Because we can't forget that I'm dressed up as a pregnant woman.
Well, I'm wearing my lion mask, so I don't know. I'll let you do the talking, and I'll just kind of sit back.
Yes, you should. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Right.
What is this?
What
supposed
are
to
you?
be? What?
What are you?
Okay, I have returned. What did you
the
do when I
name's
was gone?
Lisa. The name's Lisa. I just want to know what's in this hole.
Are you a pregnant?
What's happening here? I went away for 5 seconds.
Am I
Nick is one of the
pregnant?
people in the other like creature bin, like where they keep the other creatures. He's one of the people in there.
Am I
Okay.
pregnant? Is that what you're asking me?
Are you a pregnant?
Yes. I like rub my belly. Yes, I'm a pregnant. What is that to you?
That's disgusting. I hate children.
Oh my gosh!
I just want to know what's in this here hole.
It's gonna cost you.
It's gonna cost me. Why is it gonna cost me?
15.
15 what? It's
What do
gonna
you
cost
got?
me 15 what?
It occurs to you, random NPC, that is far less than what it would actually cost.
What do you got?
That is also not how you've been told by corporate before that you really shouldn't be behaving this way, but you're just kind of bitter about it.
I can report you, you know.
I'm
If
set
you
off
act
by your
like this-
pregnancy.
What?
I'm set off by your pregnancy. I've been going through
I'm
therapy.
supposed to be in the hole, and I'll go away so you don't have to look at my pregnant body.
Wait. What do you want from me?
Tell me what's supposed to be in the hole down there. I point down there.
A hole-shaped object, probably.
Another one of the attendees comes up, the drow woman you saw earlier, reaching over from one of the other elevated platforms, went over. Brisbane! Give them a break. Sorry.
I've got this handled.
No, you don't. I'm going to have to talk with you about this again later.
Why?
Stop talking, please. Miss, please just be on your way. That... Pardon?
I'm going home for the day.
You do that,
Yes,
Brisbane.
I do recommend that also.
Ma'am, it's really not a good idea for you to be alone near that exhibit while you are pregnant, however, so I would recommend you leave.
Yeah, get out.
Who, me?
You're kind of
But-
welcome here.
Oh my, okay. She starts to climb down from the ladder to come back towards you guys and walking down the little walkway. Do you wait for her, or are you going?
I'm not with them because I didn't want to see them see me wearing my mask.
You could have just
I
taken
see.
off your mask. That's fine.
Roll a
I
stealth
don't
check
want
for
them
me.
to see that either.
Roll a stealth check for me.
I'm not taking off my mask, just to preface that, but I'll still roll a stealth check.
Okay.
Right.
So you go and duck
Hey.
behind one of the smaller creature exhibits that you look when it's just like different butterflies from the region, and you kind of crouch behind it, not really being able to see what's going on. So Pam, you're left alone pretending to be pregnant with this abrasive person, and now this drow woman is walking, who kind of gives you a look as she passes by Brisbane, and then continues on her way down the platform. Really, ma'am, you shouldn't be here. It's not the best idea to be alone near that exhibit.
It's
Oh, that's
dangerous.
fine. I just wanted to know what's in it. That's all.
Nothing. It's clearly empty.
What's supposed to be in it? I'm just curious is all.
Brisbane, stop.
Okay.
This is not
sorry.
your specialty. This is mine.
I'm learning.
Go look after the toads.
Okay.
Please, I
Thank
just
you.
want to know. It's just real fast, and then I'll be out of your hair.
This is for an exhibit of a creature from the Underdark, miss. Really, though. Did you pay for a private tour? Where did your guide go?
Oh, he just left for a moment. What is it for the Underdark?
What's his name? I'm gonna have to report
His
this.
name? Oh, I didn't catch his name. I have a terrible memory. you know how it is.
What did he look like then?
Especially when I'm pregnant, you know.
I
Crazy
understand.
how it just needs to go out of your head.
What did he look like?
Honestly, I'll be out of your hair. I just want to know what's in the Underdark, and then I'm just curious.
Ma'am, there are many things in the Underdark. This exhibit is still being worked on, clearly.
So, was there anything in here originally?
That is, in all honesty, not something you need to worry about. There's nothing in it right now. So, I apologize. It must be terribly boring.
Was it worms? Was it supposed to be worms?
She kind of raises an eyebrow at you.
I've heard about things. I haven't heard about much in the Underdark, and I know that worms are in the Underdark, so I was just curious. Nothing crazy. Sorry, I'm a bit scatterbrained when I'm
Roll the
pregnant.
persuasion check.
I'm always a bit scatterbrained when I'm pregnant. This
Persuasion or deception,
How
whichever.
often has she been pregnant?
This is my 5th time being pregnant, so
She's just letting you talk while I wait for you to roll your persuasion or deception check.
And it's
That's a
just
natural
crazy.
one.
No.
It's just crazy, It's just always scatterbrained. I was just wondering, I was just curious, but if you don't know, then does this tunnel lead anywhere?
Sorry to be rude, but she reaches forward and kind of brushes her hand over your stomach, and inside Jack goes, Ma'am, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
It's crazy. The 5th time around, they just they're so active. Jacques, oh my god. Okay, so I take Jacques out of my stomach, and I could go out the door on the other side, but part of me wants to go into the tunnel, into the hole, to see if it leads anywhere.
Ma'am, you
I'm gonna
really
just
need to be
go out of
leaving.
stealth and jump down into the hole. I'm
Ma'am,
just gonna walk up and look them in the eyes and then jump into the hole.
Ma'am, you really need to be leaving. She's going to try to... She takes you by the upper arm and starts to lead you out of the facility.
Did the attendees see Vincent doing that?
She's
Okay,
about
instead
to.
of-
So the
if
sequence
if
of
I
events.
see- Okay, go ahead.
Sequence
sorry.
of events. She pulls the dog out from under her stomach. Drow woman says, Ma'am, you really need to leave. This isn't allowed. We're going to have to talk about this. She grabs Pam's upper arm. What are you doing?
Okay, I want to. If I see her do that, I'm not gonna jump in the hole.
Uh-huh. She starts
I'm
to...
going to.
Mhm.
Wait, go ahead.
She starts to... She's looking like she's giving Pam a stern talking to and is starting to walk her out of the facility.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull out my crossbow and aim it at her.
Ooh.
And then I'm gonna say, let go of her.
Are you still stealth?
No. I'm just jumping right out and pointing my crossbow.
Brisbane returns and unleashes the toads
Okay, hold on.
in defense of his boss.
So... Who allowed you to have a weapon in here?
I just grab Pam by the arm and start pulling her towards the hole.
No, you don't... She's gonna make a contested strength check with you to try and keep a hold of Pam.
Okay. Don't fail me now, strength. Okay, pretty good.
Yeah,
She
that's
could
bad.
still roll higher.
No, Pam's arm slips out of her grasp. And then the second you start to both of you make a dexterity check to see how fast you can make it into the hole
Oh no. Part of me
because
thinks this is a bad idea, but
not a saving throw, a check.
oh, sorry.
Dang it.
So
Sorry,
Darius
sorry.
sends message again, and he says, "Bam,
It's still pretty
come
good.
out to the front. Let's go. We have to go."
I'm just like, ah.
Okay, so Harrison makes it into the hole before receiving that message. Darius is directing it at Pam, and as you're hearing that Pam starting to get into the hole, the woman behind you starts yelling, "Guards! Guards! Security!" And you hear from vaguely far off, like the sound of footsteps coming to rush. What are you going to do? Vincent has already jumped down into the hole. Make a dexterity. Are you jumping? Are you taking the ladder that's there, or are you just jumping down in?
I'm jumping with him.
You are?
Yeah, I thought that's what he was doing. He like pulled me with him.
Are you asking us if we're taking the ladder or just jumping down?
I'm asking you. I was asking Pam. Her dexterity check was lower than yours. I was assuming you went first and she was falling after, not you dragging her
Yeah.
down a hole.
I'm gonna take the ladder. I'll like slide down the ladder.
Okay. And you're at the bottom of the hole, Pam. You hear Darius say, "Let's go." Still at the top, and you hear the woman call for guards. What are you going to do?
So my choices are to go down into the hole with Vincent, or
Uh-huh.
to go out the other door, right?
Yes, or whatever other creative way you have you think you can get out of this.
Before she makes a decision, can I see if there's even anywhere else to go in once I'm at the bottom of the
Make a
hole?
perception check.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Why
Is
can I not-
is there still daylight down there?
Not too good.
What does your daylight spell say?
Good point.
Daylight.
1 hour, so it should be.
So yeah, it's still lit up down there. It's hard to tell an immediate difference, Vincent, because you're just dashing down and you're trying to see what Pam's doing. You're trying to see if there's anything down here. You're not 100% sure at the start. It looks just like a weird, dark hole. Pam, what are you doing?
I go into the hole with Vincent.
Okay. Do you respond to Darius's message at all?
I say I'm on my way.
Okay, so you go down into the hole after Vincent, and you hear the guard's footsteps start to approach. Darius, you start to hear, "I'm on my," and then this sound cuts off as she moves out of your spell range.
Great.
So the sun is definitely starting to set. You two are down here in this hole together. Pam, would you care to make a perception check?
Yes.
Okay.
Dang it.
Okay. So you start to look around as well, and you realize that this hole is bigger than you had originally thought. And it looks strange. It looks like solid stone, but the more that you start to look at people, it like... both of you make an investigation check because you didn't realize something on the first just glance around, so now you're having to feel around for it. Okay. Jacques is... Okay. Okay. It takes you guys more time than you'd like, and Darius, if you're still waiting outside for them to appear, it's definitely getting closer and closer to the time you need to be at the other place. But you eventually find what is a massive hole in the side of this tunnel that has been kind of covered up and repatched by maybe 6 inches worth of stone that's been brought back in to try and conceal it.
So there's a hole that's covered in stone.
It's not like glued together stone. It's like stone that's been kind of piled and forced around there, which is roughly what the rest of this hole looks like. Anyway, so it was difficult to see, but yes.
So it's not... It's like a wall, but it's not sturdily put together necessarily?
Yeah. Somebody was trying
Okay.
to cover out the fact that there is a hole here.
I am gonna try to break it down.
Okay. Make a strength check.
Let me see if there's anything... Wait, if I use my shovel, does that help at all?
I'll give you a +1 since it's a relatively applicable tool.
Yay.
Can I also just start to move the stones out of the way with my hands?
Sure. You start to move some of the smaller ones from like the very base of it that have been made smaller by the crushing pressure of the other ones.
You said just a straight strength check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Darius, what are you doing when...
8, since it was +1.
Yeah. Well, while your students are nowhere to be found.
Yes, I'm out in front. I'm sitting on a brick wall. My feet are dangling down there. I'm kicking my back.
You're just whistling. You try to whistle as Darius, and you realize it's kind of easier than it is for you as Ray, which you don't think is fair, but alright. So it again, it's taking you more time than you would have originally liked. You're trying to dig use the shovel to kind of... You initially start trying to shovel down for some reason, and then just more rocks come from above to fill in the space, and then you realize, oh, I have to, like, shove it into the wall and pull it back out and scatter the dust around us. Which takes a while. So after maybe another 5 to 10 minutes, there's a humanoid-sized hole where you two could walk through.
Okay. I look at Vincent and I just, I can move the daylight with me, right?
Can you? What's the spell say?
If you choose an object you're holding or one that isn't being worn or carried, the light shines from and moves with the object.
Okay. So what object did you cast it on originally? Because whatever it is sitting on the ground in here right now.
I guess a rock or something?
Okay, so you picked up a rock from outside, chucked it down here. You can go and pick it up and bring it with you.
I'm doing that.
Okay. So you grab the rock and you start to make your way into this tunnel. Both of you guys make perception checks again.
Students, where are you?
Oh, wow! Is it really that dark in here?
Dang it.
We have the light with us.
So as you're starting to move through this tunnel, you realize that it's big enough for you both to walk through side by side relatively comfortably. But other than that, it's just kind of dark and blank. And as you start to move through it kind of deeper and deeper, it's a little confusing because you don't feel like you've moved at all, but also you've been moving forward. So something has to have been happening.
I'm gonna, I have a tinderbox and 10 torches in my Dungeoneer's bag. I'm gonna light a torch.
Okay. Vincent's now holding up this torch along with your glowing rock. Also, Natalie, did you cast daylight or just light?
Daylight.
Daylight. Okay.
I only have daylight.
Okay.
So I'm like, is there any way that we can contact Darius?
I don't think so. I mean, he can contact us, but...
Not through a 2-foot thick stone wall, no.
Yeah.
But Harrison doesn't know.
Yeah.
Does the torch help at all? Can you see anything better? Or?
You already had daylight, and now you have a torch to add on to it, so it's kind of two sources of light that are... It's relatively bright in here, but just in general, you know that without this it would be dark, and everything seems to be the same for at least the very first part of this journey. Darius.
Yes?
As you're sitting upstairs, the one supervisor that you'd spoken with, eventually... You're sitting outside of the place, right?
Right. On the little half wall.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting there dangling my feet, kicking back and forth.
With your little wizard sandals. Yeah, so, that supervisor who you'd tangled with before, you see him coming up out of the corner of your eye, and you see that he's got a couple of, bigger looking dudes behind him, a couple of toughs, and he comes up to you, his arms crossed, and says, Your companions... disappear.
Wish I knew.
You
Oh,
don't.
that was in the question? Okay.
No. No, it wasn't, sir. It was. Your companions disappeared into one of our exhibits. That's not allowed.
Hey, they don't know that I'm one of their companions when I'm wearing the mask. I wouldn't think so, at least.
He's referring to the woman and the dog.
Okay, good.
So,
Just checking.
which exhibit did they disappear into? I'm the one
That
that's supposed to be disappearing, not them.
that is none of your concern. However, we will be needing you to take you into custody here to wait until we can find them so that we can take them into custody, as it appears you are part of a group, a guild, something.
Does he not, just real
Yes,
quick, does he not know who we are?
What, Darius?
I am part of the Guild of Guiding Light. If that's
Nah.
any concern to you.
It is on some level, at least you're gilded. What about them?
They are my students, my mentors, my mentees.
Alright.
Bringing them with me.
Are you willing to wait here with us in custody for them, or are we going to have to, he kind of gestures with his head to the two tough guys behind him.
I'm not going to let you take me in, no.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Alright, boys. And you hear one of them kind of this big half-orc looking dude and this other really, really pale humanoid with just a bald head. So they both kind of move on towards you. If you don't do anything, they're going to make 2 attacks on you to try and grapple you and bring you inside, unless you have like 6 seconds to react with something here. What would you like to do?
Well, I run away.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Come on, you can do it.
Hold on.
Come on.
Come on. What's it gonna get?
Nothing came through yet.
Okay.
Is it not
behaving?
Is it not behaving? Is it not behaving? Oh no. Can't have it not behaving. Okay, I'll give it another 5 seconds, and if not, I'll roll a physical. I'll roll it for you. I can do that. 1, 2. Okay, no. Public roll. 14.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. So you start to dash out of the way, and one of them, the half-orc looking guy, kind of scrambles after you and trips over his feet and falls down. But the other one starts to catch up with you and just chasing after you, the pale humanoid who hasn't said anything and has these big eyes just staring at the back of your head. Okay, he's... let's do a contested dexterity. Once again, just a dexterity check, which I will roll for you. Because yours is not... Well, it's not being nice.
No, I that's not what I meant. I mean, it's not fair that my machine's not working.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let's do contested dexterity checks between this fellow and you, with this, like, completely hairless humanoid, very, very pale white dude. Okay. Dexterity check. 6.
No.
Okay. He got 13. So now he's going to make an attack on you, and if he beats your armor class, then you can do contested strength checks to try and get away. So, with a 16, he beats your armor class. So he's currently grappling you, and we can do contested strength checks to try and get you away. He's faster than he is strong, so let's do that. Strength.
Come on, Darius.
Do you have athletics? No, you don't have either of those. Okay, so it's just straight up strength. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Oof. No.
No.
And with that, this kind of strong man lifts you up under your arms and starts to pull you backwards towards the other two, the manager of which who sighs and the man who's fallen on the ground kind of glaring at you as you are pulled by him. And you hear this guy whisper to you as he pulls you away, who you haven't heard talk before. He goes, "It's been a while since I've gotten to play with anyone."
Oh.
And he starts to drag you inside the bestiary, past some of the people who are waiting there at the entrance, who kind of see you being pulled in, and then kind of glance away like, okay, don't want to deal with that. Vincent and Pam, what are you doing?
Yes.
Could I send Jacques to help Darius?
How would you know he needs help?
Or no, I mean just to like help him, just like send a message, like we'll be right there, or like we're in a tunnel.
How would you intend to do that?
Well, I mean, Jacques knows who Darius is, and I can just send Jacques out of the bestiary.
Does Jacques know how to speak?
What do you mean?
He does not. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm trying to... You can certainly send your dog to go fly and find Darius. I don't know how you're intending for that to then communicate to Darius anything other than...
No, I would write a message on a piece of paper.
Okay, that's what I wanted you to say. Thank you. Okay, so you write something on a piece of paper. What do you write?
We're in a tunnel in the bestiary. We think that it leads somewhere to where the worms might be. Wait for us, is what I say.
Okay. So you roll that up and kind of stick it underneath Jacques' collar. And he's just panning at you with big eyes. Make a quick animal handling check to see if he understands the order that you're giving him.
Okay, buddy. You need to go find Darius, okay? You know Darius? Big strong wizard.
Can I try to also do an animal handling check to try to get him to do that?
You can give her advantage.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you. Yes.
Doc, Darius. You have to find Darius.
Darius, okay?
Dang
The
it.
big tall wizard. Not tall, but the big wizard. I'm not sure if he's tall.
Our friend guy that you've known for years.
You've known him for years, buddy. Go find
starts to-
Darius, give him this message.
He starts to fly away, and you think that he probably... You think... You, Pam, are convinced, of course he knows what he's doing.
I tell him, I make sure, do not go with anybody else but Darius, okay? Nobody but Darius. Don't go with a stranger, okay?
He kisses your nose and then flies away.
Wait, before I let him fly away, like, in the bestiary, was there some kind of, like, other opening that he could have gone through?
Yeah, so the front of the building was what was locked off. People would come in, and then there were locked doors that led to this outside part. But if he, like, went up far enough, he could go over the, like, marble pointy gates that are there.
Okay. So that's where I send him. I send him up.
You hear his panting slowly fade down the back end of the hallway where you originally started from. Do you just continue down the hallway?
I, like, clasp my hands together for a second and turn the pendant over on my necklace. I'm just like, please, 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 please.
Oh, okay. Because originally it was Silver Boy, now it's Chromatic. And just double checking with you. Well, originally...
Is it a different day?
It was the same day that you had used your healing spell on Jacques. Or did you rest since then?
Yeah.
Did you heal Jacques before we... Because we rested after we cut the guy's arm off.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you healed Jacques as soon as that battle was done. So I think that she did rest by that point.
Okay. So tell me in Discord which side you're turning it to, just so I understand. Okay.
I'm not turning it in a certain way. I'm just holding it, kind of just.
Oh, you're just holding it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Make a quick wisdom check.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
What is with these rolls today? Gosh.
You feel for a second like there's a slight vibration in the walls around you, and you like glance around, and then you realize it was just a slight at the back of your head. Okay,
Oh god.
so you continue on your way down the tunnel. Go ahead, you guys both make perception checks again.
I regret everything.
Nice.
Okay.
Less nice for me, but
So you guys are going along your way, and as you start to continue, you begin to realize that the tunnel is slowly sloping down, and after moving for maybe 20 or 30 more feet, you can see that there is a kind of break in the tunnel that goes just plain old forward, and then one to the left that's kind of at a strange angle, and one to the right that's at a closer angle to the straight area.
okay. I am going to look at my map and just see if I can, based on where the entrance to the bestiary was and where the entrance to the like in the place where they held all the animals, and then which direction we've been going, and now I want to see which way would go, or I want to see if I can figure out which way we would go to get to the restaurant. I'm assuming I have to make some kind of roll because that.
Yes, you do. You have to roll for your. So one thing, you have a hard time reading words. You have an easier time reading pictures like maps. So go ahead and roll.
Yes. I am reading a map though, so.
Okay. So roll a. You have cartographer's tools, but this isn't making a map. This is reading one.
Right.
Roll a basic intelligence check with advantage because it's a map.
Okay, cool. Where? Okay.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Also
Okay.
not bad. Okay. So, looking at your map, you get the general idea that you know that the area you just left is roughly in here, and you know that Cotina's is around here.
Okay. Wait. I had a bunch of stuff blocking that. I see where Cotina's was. I did not see where
Up here.
where we are.
This is where the
Okay.
bestiary is.
Okay. And what were the two different pathways again?
There are three different ones. There's one that's going just plain old straight, and then there's one that's going slightly to the right, and then there's one that like angles off way to the left.
So what direction was the, or are you allowed to tell me which direction would be the place based on my roll? Because I don't know, just me doesn't know which direction the hole has been going this whole time based on the bestiary.
Yeah. From what you could tell so far, it's been going straight. You're not sure if it would be faster for you to continue going straight or to the right because you don't know if these pathways then make any other turns.
But straight, like, in comparison to the map, which direction are we going? Like,
Okay.
to the left of the bestiary, downwards, or can you not tell me that?
Okay. So, let me do weird drawings in Roll20. So, the bestiary was here. The area that was had your little thing was on this side of the bestiary.
Okay.
It would have been going straight. You can't see my mouse, can you? Why isn't it letting me draw? Well, that's not straight at all, but down-ish.
Okay.
You don't know if You're not. I can't draw right in this, but you don't know if the path that you're going straight now will stay straight or if it'll take turns later. You don't know if this will take turns later. You don't know if this will take turns later. They're all kind of iffy. You imagine
Okay.
you could eventually get to Cotina's through any of them, but you're not sure how or when or where that would happen. You also don't know if the paths crisscross again at any point.
Okay, I'm gonna relay all this information to Pam.
Okay.
I think we should take the path that's going slightly to the right. Just based on that, it's potentially the most direct route, even though we don't know what's gonna lie ahead. If we're going solely based on where we're trying to get to, that would be the best path.
I have a
What do you
better
think?
idea. Let's split up.
Don't say split up. That's a terrible idea.
Okay. I could always send my daylight down this tunnel, the tunnel that you don't want to go down, just to see if anything happens. I don't know. I mean, we don't need my daylight anyway.
Well, do you have a feeling about any of the particular tunnels?
How many are we looking at?
3.
3, right?
Straight, hard left, weak right.
I'm saying weak right, but I don't know.
Let me consider any spells I have. Our luck has been pretty bad today, but I trust you.
We could also use my shovel to try to just dig straight up, or like diagonally up, and just get out of the ground. It would take a really long time though, so probably not.
We can go. I trust you.
Good. The right one?
Darius.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So slightly right?
Do you think that'll lead us to Darius?
I think if Jacques reaches Darius and we're able to meet him up at, what was it? Cotina's? Cotina's. Then that's where he's gonna be.
Okay.
Okay, and at that mention of Jacques and Darius, we go back to you being pulled inside the bestiary on the side to one of the doors that you had seen the drow emerge from earlier, as this super pale tough guy is kind of pulling you back further and further into this area. Would you like to make another strength check to try and free yourself from his grasp?
No, I'm going to cast a spell.
Okay.
Telekinesis? Ooh.
Telekinesis. Gain the ability to move or manipulate creatures or objects by thought.
Okay.
Whoa.
I command the guy to let me go and... Go ahead.
Okay. What does that spell? What are the components? Is there any verbal components or somatic components?
There's a V and an S, yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check to try and do this without him noticing, so he doesn't try to restrict your arm movements. Because right now he's got you kind of picked up like you're a dog or baby under the armpits, so you could still maybe do it. But if he sees you, he's gonna try to. Oh wait, you still can't do the thing, can you?
No.
Silly.
And I don't see sleight of hand anywhere.
Sleight of hand is right here.
Right where?
Okay. It's at the bottom above stealth in your skill thing.
Oh,
Sleight of
hand. Okay.
Okay. 7. Okay. So you start to cast a spell and mutter some arcane incantations under your breath. But before you can release the spell or really get it off, he just says, "Oh, no tricks," and pulls down one of your arms against his body.
Wait,
so that you're like...
Can he still make a contested strength check to see if he can finish the spell anyway?
You can try. Would you like to, Darius?
Sure.
Okay.
Either that or I'll hit him
Come
with
on,
my
you can do it.
quarter
Hit him with
staff.
your... Which is strapped to your back right now. So it's kind of between you and him. You'd have to pull it out. But, okay.
No, why did I... Well, okay.
Well, were you walking around with it before? I doubt
might
that...
have been I was sitting on the wall, twirling it in my fingers.
Okay.
So,
Well, in that case, if it wasn't on your person, they probably would have taken it from you as they're trying to, hold you in custody. But, okay. So, the contested strength checks. You don't have athletics or acrobatics, so it's just a straight up and down d20. Let's roll for this guy. Let's do this dice, because that one's been... Oof.
No.
Nope. So he's still holding on to you. Luckily, you didn't lose the spell slot as you were casting it, but he's holding down your arm so that you're just like...
I stomp on his instep.
Make an attack roll. Okay. Offhand, you're not proficient with... That's just another strength check. Okay. Okay. Nope. You try to stomp on his instep, and he, pulls you up higher in the air, so you're kicking the air. And you realize now that he's just kind of holding you still. Like, he's not moving. He's kind of enjoying this being in the public eye. What would you like to do?
Well, if he's holding me up in the air, I got my hands free, right?
No, he's, pulling you back against his chest, leaning backwards, almost like he's gonna German suplex you, but not. He's just holding you in the air. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I guess so.
What would you like to try to do?
And so I can't finish my spell.
If you have to move your hands to do it, no. If you have any purely verbal spells.
No, it says B and S, so.
Okay. Oh, is that all? We were just starting to have fun. And he starts to...
regret this.
Will I? He's starting to pull you back towards the other door.
If I could get my hands on him, he would definitely regret this.
And Darius, it's at this moment that you see in the all kind of green glass structure of this bestiary, you see Jacques fly by outside, kind of floating around looking like...
Oh.
Jacques,
Huh?
look this guy in the face.
roll a either animal handling or performance check, whichever is better, so he can hear you. Animal handling, performance, not performance. Let's see, animal handling.
Animal handling, I get a 2.
Yeah, you do.
Nice.
So Jacques, who is clearly about to fly away because he didn't understand what Pam told him, kind of turns back towards the building, sees you, and starts flying to you, and then slams his head into the glass.
Oh.
And then he cocks his head for a second, looks confused, and then does it again.
Oh. Poor Jacques.
And is about to...
Crack.
Natalie, do you have Jacques' stats?
I will find them.
Roll a strength check for Jacques to see if he's breaking the glass with his head. That's right, everybody. The absurd floating dog has stats now.
It says 11 plus 0, so what would that be?
That's just 1d20. There's no modifier. 18!
Whoa.
Hey, that's my boy. That's a good boy.
So not on the first, but on the second, you do see a slight fracture in the glass.
Oh my god.
Jeez, Jacques.
And you see there's a little spot of blood on his fur as he like is determined to get this done. I'm gonna roll a perception check for the guy to see if he knows. The man carrying you sees this, kind of glances up at the thing, says, "Is that your pet? We should have him for ourselves. He seems quite strong." He's still pulling you back, like at the door now, waiting for somebody else to come with keys to come and open it. Yes, Darius?
I said, and I still don't like him.
Okay.
So, is he gonna try again?
Do you want to call out to him again?
I don't want to hurt. Well, do we have a healer with us, or in our group?
Yes.
Okay.
Pam is the healer.
Come on, Jacques. Come on, Jacques. Come on, bud. Come on, buddy.
You see him wiggle his little floating puppy booty again. Roll another strength check for Jacques.
Oh my goodness, my good boy. Oh no.
He gets he gets it on his nose this time, and kind of you can't see the little like birds and stars above his head, but he kind of backflips over himself and kind of floats away like, "Ooh!" Getting really confused.
He should use his back end.
That's true.
I'm just kind of entertained by this now. Where are my keys? Someone, Reno! He calls out to the air coker behind the desk, who kind of like, huh, huh, and starts to like run around looking for this other guy's keys to open the door to get you inside the holding cell that's inside this other part of the bestiary.
So I messaged Reno. I said, Reno, don't you dare.
Don't do it. Don't do it, dude.
Roll an intimidation check. Or persuasion. Which is higher for you? I don't think either is very high. Do you want to persuade him or intimidate him?
I want to persuade him.
Okay. He like pauses in his steps, looks back and forth between you and this other guy. Reno, what are you doing? He's gonna roll a persuasion check of his own. And then Reno is still standing there, stock still.
Reno, that's a good boy. Good boy, Reno.
I shouldn't have accepted this job. Oh, God.
Aww.
Oh,
Reno,
you're doing a good job. Just don't give in.
Oh my gosh, the dude who's carrying you is gonna squeeze you to try and hurt you because he doesn't like that you were being positive to his coworker.
Aww.
What's your armor class? That just hits you with a 13. It just does 1d4 of damage. It does 3 damage. See?
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, you,
So
shut up.
38.
Yeah. Okay. Jacques is going to make one last attempt at the...
Come on, boy.
So after backflipping in the air, he kind of looks behind him, lines his backside up with it, gets into the glass, and then you see another, and then after a couple seconds of tense waiting with the people inside and the person holding you, as that particular panel of glass shatters apart, and Jacques comes soaring in up to you, Darius, and starts licking your face.
No,
Aw.
the other guy. Look the other guy.
Oh.
Get him, Jack. Get him, Jack. Get him. Go get him. Get him, Jack.
Roll. I'm gonna have you roll another animal handling check to see if he knows how to behave in the situation.
Can I roll an intelligence check for him?
If you want, yeah, go ahead and roll an intelligence check. So Darius is 17, so that'll help lower it.
Never mind.
Well, Jacques, no, roll an intelligence check, because Jacques is confused. He doesn't know. Darius told him to lick this guy, but Jacques thinks his licks are a good thing, and he thinks this bad guy.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
That's
Boy. That's a smart boy. Get him. Get him. Get him, Jack.
He starts flying around to the other guy's head, make a bite attack for Jacques. Pam.
Yes, Jacques. You can do it.
Hey!
No, that's the damage. That's not the attack.
What's the attack?
1d20.
D20.
Oh.
Come on, Jacques.
You. No!
So he didn't actually hit the guy because the guy ducked his head out of the way too fast, but Jacques is definitely distracted and barking in his ear. Hey, hey, hey! You're gonna make another strength check, Darius, with advantage. To try and break free of the grapple.
Oh.
Which you didn't even need, because you got... Soon as Jacques starts barking in this guy's ear, you just... pull his arms off of you. And... What do you want to do? The other guy is like standing stunned, push back against the wall from the natural 20 of your strength check. What do you want to do?
Telekinesis.
You still want to cast it?
Yes.
Okay, what are you doing?
Finish casting it.
Okay.
And by the power of my brain and my thought, I hold him still and walk away.
Ooh.
Okay. Make a quick intelligence check just for... Oh, wait. I forget that I am clicking things. Okay. Actually, do Arcana, because that's a magic. Okay, yeah. You spend your 5th level spell slot, and you hold this man still for 14 minutes. And you walk out of the place as Reno just kind of stares after you, and the people who somehow disappeared from outside after assuming you were handled by this creepy pale man as you head back outside with freedom. Jacques trailing after you.
That's a good job, Reno. Keep up the good work.
Is all the response you get before you leave.
Come on, Jack. Let's go.
Okay. You head outside. What would you like to do? You imagine, being the smart person you are, probably not a good idea to just sit and wait there anymore.
Yeah, I'm on the way to the cantina.
Okay.
Do you pet Jacques at all to, maybe
Yeah,
see
he's a good boy. Good boy, Jack. Yeah. You okay? You okay?
He's licking your face.
That's all right.
Nope.
At least his breath doesn't stink.
Well, you don't know that. His breath smells like the food that Pam fed him at the Cotinas. Okay. So you're on your way to Cotinas.
No.
No.
No. There's a note in Darius.
Make a quick investigation check, Darius. Okay, pretty easily you find the note tucked into Jacques' collar
Okay.
from your students.
Oh, that's what all that coughing was about. Read the note.
Yeah. What did your guys' note say again? Remind me.
We're in a tunnel in the bestiary. We think it might lead somewhere to the worms. Wait for us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so you're on your way to Cotinas.
I decide to wait at Cotinas.
Okay, so you start to make your way towards Cotinas, and we'll cut back to Pam and Vincent down below. Which tunnel are you guys taking?
I think we decided to take the one on the right.
The almost straight to the right.
Okay.
Yes, the slightly angled one.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're walking, and I'm saying this out loud. We're walking. We're walking.
Make another general perception check, both of you.
Oh my gosh, why?
You're
Why
just
are we-
saying, yeah. You're just saying we're walking.
Are you serious?
Max, I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Me neither.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
So I have no idea what's happening.
You're just saying we're walking, we're walking, we're walking, we're walking.
I hope Darius is okay.
Do you hear anything? Do you smell anything? Like, I don't... nothing. Just, there's nothing.
I smell dirt, I see cave, and that's pretty much it.
Like, like how you usually feel like vibrations or something, I don't even feel anything.
Well, what do you mean? Like in a
Nothing.
tunnel?
Like, yeah.
How often are you in tunnels?
Listen, we don't have to talk about the past.
Well, anyway, I don't. It seems like a pretty basic tunnel to me. Besides the fact that there might be giant deadly worms in here.
I reach my hand out to touch the side.
Mm-hmm.
Just so strange.
You feel mostly rock and dirt.
How long should we keep walking? I mean, we really have no choice now. Do you think that the people are coming after us?
Can we tell if the tunnel is going like upwards or if it's going down further?
Make an investigation check.
Both of us?
If you want, yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. So you can feel that the tunnel is going slowly downwards and slightly more along that same path to the right from where you guys are starting to begin to go. And as you're running your hand along the wall, you're starting to get an understanding of where this tunnel is going. You feel the texture of the wall start to change from rough underground to kind of a, not spackled, but stone that has been smoothed out for some purpose. And you begin to see the tunnel above in front of you kind of stretch and open up, still with pathways going certain ways of it's kind of okay, how do I describe this? You find yourself walking into a place that with your daylight and your torch you can kind of see is proper stonework, and you can see some bent metal bars strewn on the ground before you, as it looks like this worm chewed its way through some kind of a structure that was existing in this area already, because it goes for a brief moment to this stonework and metal thrown onto the ground, and then a slightly more open cavern with that same stonework and kind of a deeper pit in the middle, and then back to just the plain tunnel on the other end.
Okay.
Which this other bigger cavern has its own light sources in that kind of depressed middle space. And as you get closer and closer, right as you're at the point where it changes to actual stonework that you pass into, you start to hear the voices and whispers of other humanoids around you. Hey! Hey! What?
Hello? Oh, they're not talking to us.
Make it... Are you trying to talk to them? Did you say that?
No. If I'm being honest, yes.
Okay.
If I don't want them to hear me, then no.
Hey! Hey, you! Yeah, you! Hey! You hear from...
Slap Winston's shoulder and like, what are you doing?
What is... Who are you? Where are you? What's going on?
You another one coming through that weird tunnel? They're trying to pretend it didn't happen, but it did. I swear it did. Hey! Hey! Hey!
No. What? Where? Who? What is going on?
Look around you!
I look around me.
Okay, make another general perception check with advantage, because I'm sad for you. I said with advantage! Gosh. Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Finally.
So Pam, as you're kind of hanging back, Vincent, in full Halloween mask, kind of steps forward and glances around. You can see more clearly now, oh, this is like a prison. These are prison cells that got torn through, a couple of them. And the people that you're hearing is coming from your left, and you can hear a second later kind of a like little metal rattling as whoever it is shakes the bars next to you. As you're passing through kind of this larger cavern, you can see where that middle depression kind of it's almost like a well with no water, and part of the edge of the well got taken away by this purple worm. You imagine this thing that took off that destroyed part of the structure that was already here. As you poke your head around, you step off of the like worm path and into the already pre-existing dungeon with the very low light that's in here kind of flickering off the walls. Hey!
How did you get here? I mean, besides being a prisoner, where is this? Where are we?
We're beneath city center. You know how the underground works?
We're kind of new here. and we just started walking through this tunnel randomly, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, the tunnel is new. The tunnel, I don't think meant to happen.
Yeah, I figured.
You,
So, why are you down here? What did you do?
That's a long story. You want to let me out? We can talk about it.
No, I'm good.
You sure?
But
I
I
can
know
show you
that-
the way.
I know this place isn't exactly justified in its, crime fighting system. So, I don't distrust you, but I need to know what you did first. I'm not
Do
just
I
gonna
know
let
you
out.
from somewhere?
You might. I might be the one who put you in here.
You were scrawnier, maybe. You kind of look in
Scrawnier?
this cell now, and it's a kind of slumped old halfling with this long gray hair over her face, and they're only kind of looking at you with one eye, in the like rags they're kept in as the dungeon prisoners down here. No, you didn't.
What's your
put me
name?
away. What's your name?
I'm not gonna tell you that.
And why
You're not
should I tell
exactly-
you mine?
I mean, it might get you one step closer to getting out of here.
Is that a so?
That is so, if you're honest.
I'm in Vito.
In Vito?
Yeah.
So, in Vito, what did you do before you got down here?
You know, few things. Lived a life, had some fun, made some choices.
Bad choices, I'm guessing.
Depends who you ask.
Well, seeing as you haven't given me any reason to let you out yet, I think we'll be on our way. And I'm just gonna
Ha-
start walking away.
How about you let me out? I don't tell the warden that you's down here. Generally don't like people coming into the prison he don't know about.
Well,
Sure to
who's
send
this
his
warden?
dogs after you. You don't know the warden? Oh, you lucky boy.
If I knew him, he might be able to hire us to get these worms out of his dungeon.
Don't think that's mighty likely. He's got that covered.
Covered by who?
You don't get to be warden by being weak, kid.
So he's doing it himself?
He shrugs. I never said that.
Does anyone else work here? Shouldn't there be guards watching after you?
You really don't know how this works, do you?
I think we've established that by now.
Pam, are you still just hiding in the back?
Yeah, I'm kind of just watching.
Do you want to roll a stealth check?
Well, I'm not hiding. I'm just watching.
Okay. But, okay. You are down here alone, masked man?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not trying to hide though.
Okay. Well then, no. If you can see this person right next. Can you not? Wait. Can you not see? Are you blind? Or...
How you
I'm
doing,
gonna take that as
lady?
a no.
What do you say?
How you doing, fine young lady?
Mighty fine in yourself, sir.
An interesting day to say the least. You,
Well, I mean,
you look like my kind of people. Feeling like letting a maybe friend out of a bad situation? He rattles the bars again.
maybe, friend.
Well, yeah.
We
Then
still
I
need
said
a bit
maybe,
more
comma,
reason.
Friend.
what did Pam say?
That was maybe, comma, friend.
I see. You see, it's you lose your grip on the grandma when you get down here for a little while.
I feel you. So when did this happen? When did this whole worm thing happen?
Not too long ago, a few days, maybe a week.
Yes.
Darius fixed his rolls, everyone. Hooray.
Yay!
Okay.
Good.
Is there anyone else in this dungeon, or is it just? Could you type their name in the chat so I can?
Invito?
Envito. Is there anyone else besides Envito?
Make a quick perception check. Pam, you can do it as well.
10. It's not terrible. Ah, nice.
So, Vincent, you do get the feeling just from your overall, like, vigilante sense that it's a dungeon. Of course, there's going to be people in here. You don't quite know how. Pam, you get a much better sense. You kind of glance around and you can see that there are definitely, like, people in most, if not all of these cells. Some of them are looking at you, some of them are asleep, some of them don't care, but the ones that are looking at you are looking at you.
Can she tell if any of the cages or any of the cells have been disrupted by the worms?
Yeah, 2 of them have been. That's the one of them you kind of walk through, and then another one on the opposite end.
Okay, interesting.
So the worm kind of burrowed through the center of a prison and kind of took out 2 prison cells, essentially, yeah.
So, does the big bad warden not check on his buddies very often?
Oh, no, he does. I'm sure he'll be down here soon.
You said it's been a week, huh? He hasn't been down here in a week?
No, I said that's when the worm thing happened. He's dealt with part of it since then.
So he knows about it. Alright.
Seeing as you're the friendliest one here, do you know who were in those 2 cells that got destroyed?
Does it matter?
It matters to us. If we're going to be traveling through these tunnels, we don't exactly want to run into dangerous criminals.
Thing came through here was more dangerous than either of them, considering it, ate him up.
Uh-oh.
I see. Aren't you afraid of them?
Afraid of what?
The worms. You're going to be leading us out of here if we let you go.
Nah.
Why not? Seems like something that even the toughest of warriors would be afraid of.
Toughest, yes, but I'm fast.
So if we let you out, how do we know you're not just going to run away?
Isn't that part of the fun?
Well, we don't have any reason to trust you. So you're going to have to give me a little bit more reason. I have an idea. I'm going to take out my hempen rope.
Okay.
How about we keep you on these? That way you don't run off, but we'll let you out. And I promise I'll take them off once we get out of here.
What about the rest of us?
You want everyone out?
Not everyone, just the ones that are nice to me. And you hear someone from across the prison yell an expletive at him like, Edgar! Yeah, him?
Nice
No.
to you, eh? Ah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. So which ones are nice to you? I'd like to get to know them a little bit more too.
The one with the sense. The ones with the sense are the ones that are nice to me. The ones from the old
sense.
team.
Were you part of a guild?
Of course I was. Everyone is.
What kind of guild?
A guild that was legal for a time, and then became illegal for no good reason. How about we put it that way?
Guilds don't become illegal for any just any old reason.
I thought
They
you
have a
said you
thieves
didn't
guild.
know.
Why
These
would I
guild,
tell you
Schmeeves
everything I
guild,
know?
those guys are wimps.
Yeah, we ran into one earlier. Trust me, I know.
See? We're on the same team then, you and I.
But if you consider them wimps, then you must be some pretty tough adversaries.
Boy, you have no idea.
I look at Pam to see what she thinks.
Are you gonna
Should
tell
we
us-
let him out?
Are you gonna tell us what you're in here for, or do we have to deduce?
I told you. Well, I was part of a guild that was perfectly legal that became illegal for no good reason. But you know what? Even if you don't let me out, and that refresh happen in a few days, I may make my way out of here just yet.
How would the refresh help you getting out? Does it affect
If
the
they-
warden's business?
If my guild is legalized again, there's no reason for me to be in here. There's no reason for me to be in here in the first place.
Are you in here solely for your guild being illegal? Like, did they make it illegal and then they put you in?
Happened around the same time, if I'm honest.
Interesting.
Can I detect magic?
You want to cast Detect Magic?
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that isn't like a roll. That's just the thing that you do. I was like waiting.
I'm like walking in front of like the cells a little bit, just kind of walking because it detects it within 30 feet.
Okay. So the biggest kind of ping you get on your little radar is the well behind you. There's something magical and an essence about it, even though it's dried up, you're not sure what it is. And there's kind of a pattern on the floor that you can see leading between the well and each of the cells that goes up to kind of the bars that have a faint shimmer to them. And then you imagine there's something more than just plain steel that's keeping these guys in here. And then as you're kind of pacing around, kind of dragging your area of effect with you, as you get up towards a spot where you hadn't seen before, the door out of this place leading up, kind of on, based on your guys' perspective, it would be on your far left, which you imagine is where a warden or someone would come from. You can see that has an enchantment on it as well. But the prisoners themselves don't have it detects magical items, right? More or less?
No, it detects magic in creatures too.
Okay. There are a couple folks in here.
Creatures or objects.
Creatures or objects. There are a couple folks in here who seem to have some innate arcane abilities. Two. But.
Two of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to look around at all of the prisoners who are awake, and I want to look for any of them who are awake and looking at us, but don't look like they are like vicious. Like, are any of them not up against the bars and just kind of sitting off to the side in their cell?
Make a quick either investigation or insight check, because this is like a group. You're trying to figure out what these people's vibes is. Vibes is.
Investigation or insight, you said?
Yeah.
I think they're the same for me anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll go insight because I feel like that's more of a Hellwind thing to do. Well, that didn't work.
It's weird. As with your Hellwind mask on, you can feel yourself almost like. It's weird because you feel powerful enough that you imagine you could take on anyone in this dungeon, but never consider that anyone isn't a threat. So you're both like, what if it's just an act? And also,
okay.
but just from the like physical description of what you're looking for, the people who are awake, the one person who isn't like leaning up against the bars, but who has like a sour expression on their face, is the person who called out across the prison at this other guy. And there are a couple of smaller figures in the back of one cell, 2 and 1, that are kind of huddled against it, kind of just looking out with big eyes.
Oh. Wait, what was? There's 2 different people who are like that, you said?
There's a group of 2 in one cell that are at the back, kind of looking out with big eyes.
Oh.
And then there's one person who is the person that called out across the guy, who is like, "I butt up, buddy," at the.
I'm gonna go to the 2 in the 1 cell.
Okay. So you get closer.
Solitary confinement.
What?
Solitary confinement.
So, what's your what's your two's deal?
They're just staring at you with big eyes. They're still kind of in shadow in the back corner of the cell.
Who? Oh, so I can't see them.
You can see their eyes are kind of glowing in the dark.
Hmm. I'm gonna get as close to the cell as I can without them being able to like grab me or anything,
Okay.
and kind of put my torch towards it to see if I can see them any more clearly.
Okay. You put your torchlight towards it more, and you can see at least one of them. Part of their foot, which is small and green, you see before they realize it's in light, and they pull it back towards themselves.
I'm gonna pull the torch away from them.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna be like, are you guys afraid of the light?
No.
I can.
Oh.
What are your names?
They're just silent. They roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
They don't want to talk.
Close to the bars and even reach with my torch into the cage
Mm.
to see what they look like.
You see cowering in the corner 2 small goblins. They're kind of like, one of them is just put the hand over the mouth of the other one that just talked. Like, what are you doing? And they're
I
both
don't
looking
wanna
up at
hurt
you.
you.
Then why are you sticking fire in our cell?
Because you seem like the least criminalistic, I guess, if that makes sense.
The other one tries to talk from behind the hand of the person who's the other one who's holding it closed. Slaps the hand away. You'd be the first person to say that.
Why are you both in here together?
They figured we're too small and won't make a big ruckus.
Interesting. You don't seem as vicious as the others.
Don't be surprised. Or, no, shoot,
Trust
I didn't.
me, I
No.
wouldn't be.
He meant
Could
don't take
you-
us so lightly, but he's bad at words. I'm not bad at words. You're bad at words.
I kind of giggle, and I'm like, could you two lead us out of here if we let you out?
Where would you want to go?
Anywhere that's out of here.
Oh, that's not a good idea. The only way we know out is by the warden. We don't even know how we got brought in here. He doesn't either. He's lying.
Did I already ask you two what you're in here for?
No. Doesn't matter. We shouldn't be talking to you. He's a humanoid. He's gonna want to kill us.
Okay.
That's how they work.
Do you have anything more to lose from telling us? You're already in prison.
You might kill us. In case you hadn't heard. Hmm.
Oh. I mean, I won't, but if I wanted to kill you, I'd do it right now. Trust me.
They both kind of just go silent again.
So, what I'm trying to say is I'm not gonna kill you. I'm friendly.
Make a persuasion check.
I... Okay.
You, like, accidentally intimidated them. The little boy goblin kind of stands up and says, we don't want to talk to you, okay?
I am going to...
Why do you talk so slow?
Oh, I wasn't actually saying
Oh, I see. Okay.
But what I do say is, how often does the warden feed you?
When he has to. Every day. But, you know, just enough to keep us alive. And you can, like, see they are pretty, like, most of the people in this prison are pretty, like, skinny. From the ones that you've seen, the 2 that you've looked at, the, like, little halfling and these 2.
I'm gonna take some rations out of my Dungeoneer's pack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to set them at the edge of the cell, and I'm going to back away to a distance that I can still see them, but I'm not close enough to be any threat.
Okay. After a second, you see the little boy goblin kind of dart up real fast and grab a handful. And then, slower than the other one moved, the little girl goblin named Zeno, the one who talked, kind of walk up more slowly, pick up the rations, and then just kind of nod to you. Thank you. And then head back to the corner.
You're welcome. Is there... So, little boy goblin, what's your name?
You like chews on the rations for a second, thanks. I'm Beano.
Aw.
Bino and Zeno? I like it.
Uh-huh.
If I let you guys out of here,
Zeno
would
or
you be able to help us get out?
What was that, Darius?
is it Bino and Zeno? Is it Zeno or Zena?
Zeno. They're both... No.
Oh, well, I got that all wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. They kind of look at each other and shrug. We only see when the order comes in and out. When we got taken in, they had our faces covered. I mean, I think everyone was when they were brought in here.
I see. Well, can I trust you?
I don't know. Can you? Zeno, what are you doing? I mean, wait, sorry. Bino, what are you doing? He's trying to be nice. Well, I don't like his attitude, okay? Is that so bad?
I'm sorry if I've said something wrong.
Yeah, well. He eats some more of the food. And as he's eating, you can see, yeah, as he's eating, you can see these, like, sharp, kind of long teeth sticking out over each other. And the, like, yellow eyes, the spindly little goblin arms, the long, kind of floppy ears.
How old are you two?
How old are we again? 8? Yeah, we're 8.
Can I roll a, or not roll a history, or can I...
You
Would
can
I
roll a
know
nature
how-
check, yeah,
Okay.
to see how old that is comparably. As the yeah.
Dang it!
Okay.
I have no idea.
Yeah. You're like, okay, they've been alive for 8 years. Don't know what that means. Pam,
Okay,
are you just
um,
watching this happen from the background, or are you investigating anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Vito, but I'm just, yeah.
Okay.
If their conversation's over.
I'm gonna try to pick the lock on the cell.
Oh, okay.
Unless, I'll check if it's open first.
Yeah, like,
It's-
before he, like, actually opens it, like, at some point during their conversation, I cast, Divine Sense.
Okay.
Or I use my Divine Sense. I'm not sure if it's a spell.
So that's tells you undead and let me double check.
Strong evil or powerful good. So it lets me know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead.
Undead.
So if there's anybody bad in here, I'll know.
Well, it's strong evil or strong good. There's
Yeah.
definitely
It says fiend, so
okay. Well, fiend is like it's like a class of creature. It's not like a behavior someone can do. Okay.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay. So, morally, you definitely get a sense that people in here tend to lean more towards the bad side of things. There's a couple spots of like wronged good.
Can she tell where those are?
It says I can, yeah.
Yeah.
The location, it didn't tell me who, but it tells me the location of that.
Yeah, the goblins are relatively okay. The person who is calling out across the cell to like be mean to the other guy is okay. Everybody else is kind of bad. There's one cell where you detect an undead, and you go over to kind of investigate it, and you see that it is an undead, but they've been like severed into pieces. So they're like still there, but they're not doing anything. They just kind of have an open mouth, like.
Me as Edgar is like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, it kind of just registers with me that like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm just having this internal conflict, but I don't let it show.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, ah.
Yep.
Okay. I'm mostly focused on Invito, I guess.
On Invito. He's shifty. He definitely has a streak of bad.
So I kind of like go up next to his cell and I kind of sit on the ground crisscrossed, and I'm just like with my hands in my laps, with my hands in my lap rather. So what? Tell me about this guild. I say.
He looks up at you, and you can see that he's only showing one eye, and the other eye that it comes up is like all white. He's got it's like scraggly hair all over his face. What do you want to know?
How did it land you in here?
It was a money-making venture, like any other guild.
Especially in Portland.
Exactly, right? So we took jobs from people and did what they asked, and they paid us, and they said that was illegal.
What kind of jobs were they?
You know, extermination.
I use air quotes.
What's those?
Like extermination. Okay. Yeah. I just shake my head.
Yeah. You know.
Did you
He's waiting for you to talk.
Did you exterminate anybody?
Yes, we were good at our jobs, if that's what you're asking.
Anybody important?
No, that's why they got exterminated. The only reason people hire you to kill someone is if someone don't deserve to live no more. So, we took care of that.
Just because they don't deserve to live doesn't mean they're not important. They could be important people, but bad people. Were they important? I'm saying, were they head honchos? Were they big people in Portland?
I mean, depends who you ask. Head honchos in Portland change very quickly.
Especially if they're exterminated.
He finger guns back at you, like, yeah. But they're finger crossbows, so he's like... Go ahead and, while this is happening, go ahead and roll with your thieves' tools to unlock their cell.
Oh, okay. No, that wasn't great.
No.
Invito, right? It's Invito, right?
Yeah.
I like you, Invito.
See, you are more my ilk, too. I got that sense. See?
Yeah.
You ever just, so what? So what if you kill a few people for money?
Again, though, it depends on the people.
Does it, though?
I, twist the pendant around my, I'm just like, I don't know, man.
You want me to show you the guild mark?
Yeah, show me.
Yeah, unlock my cell, I'll show you.
I say, give me your arm.
Who said it was on my arm?
I clap and throw my head back. Oh, that's a good one, Vito. That's a real good one. I bring the daylight rock closer to him.
Mm-hmm.
I give it to him. I give him the rock.
Oh, this is mighty fine, thank you. And now he's holding it. You can really see just how greasy and stringy. His gray hair is and is mixing in with the hair of his beard. And his, like, a couple of his teeth are missing. Otherwise, very well kept for teeth, but a couple are just missing, like he got into a fight. His nose is kind of, like, twisted the same way. Kind of rolls his... He pushes the hair out of his face and rolls his hand back while it's rocking his hand. This is a nice gift. How'd you do this?
I just like put my hands out.
You make light with your hands?
In a way.
Interesting. He's still not showing you that he's... You gonna unlock the cell?
You gonna shoot
Vince.
Guildmer?
I asked you first. Vincent, while you're trying to unlock the goblins from the cell, there's some kind of a weird arcane zap, and your thieves' tools, part of them kind of bends inside, and you pull it back out, and it's like the metal was heated.
Hey, does the warden keep the key on him?
I imagine. Yeah, that's what makes him a warden. What's a warden if he don't have keys?
Fair enough. Do you know what's wrong with this lock? It's got some kind of enchantment on it, it seems.
Yeah, it's got some kind of gobbledygook. I think it's just supposed to make it stronger than it usually is.
Would you two be able to help me somehow?
I already tried chewing it. Didn't work. See these?
He points to his teeth, a couple of which are, like, bent, even worse than usual goblin teeth are.
Did not go well for me.
See, I'm sorry. Here,
I
let me try this. Or wait, what?
I can try something, maybe?
The little goblin girl kind of steps up and kind of rubs her hands together. Let me check something.
Okay.
Okay.
She kind of rubs her hands together and then pulls them away, and there's like this very, very faint glow.
I don't know if this will work. I'm not very, powerful, but okay.
She like kind of slips her hands around and holds the lock. And first, after a second, you see... Let's roll a check for her. See how that goes. Okay, not bad. And you see a slight... She like shudders like the... And you see a little like flash like she got electrocuted. A little zip. Same kind of arcane zip. And she kind of shudders and steps away.
Are you okay?
She kind of pulls her hands away and there's like a little bit of a bluish smoke coming off of them. And she's like,
I think I'm fine. Try it now. Might be easier.
First I'm going to... Let's see... Dang it. Can I just get, like... What?
Nothing. I'm just considering how different this is going than I thought I would. Go ahead.
Can I get, like, a dab of the, potion of greater healing that I have? And, like, onto, like, a piece of cloth or something and hand it over?
That's not typically how those potions work. You have to drink all of it
Okay.
to...
You have to drink all of it? Okay.
Yeah. That's how
Instead-
potions is.
Yeah. I have a, it's like a water skin. That's like a thing to hold water in, right?
Yes, in fact it is.
I'm gonna hand that over and be like, here, this might help if it burned a bit.
She takes it... She actually just kind of sticks her wrist through the bars and holds it out so you can pour some on her hands.
I do so.
You see
And then
like a
I
little
say-
bit of steam, and then she pulls them back.
A mage, eh? Some of my greatest allies are mages.
Not really, but thanks, I guess.
And I stick my hand out and I say, Helwyn. That's my name.
Zeno? I already told you that.
She kind of shakes a finger.
I know, but I figured you deserved to know mine.
And I don't? What is this? Just because she can do weird zappy magic and I can't?
I mean, you deserve to know my name, too.
Well, now I know it, so there.
I guess so. And then I try to unlock the door again.
Go ahead and roll with your thieves' tools. 18.
Yes.
So the little click that was the magic is no longer there, and easily the lock falls off and the gate swings open. As it does, there's a slight flash through the little pathways from the other gates to the pool, and then out as the rest of the gates all kind of sizzle for a second with a kind of arcane magic energy. And Pam, you kind of step back instinctively so you don't get shocked. And Vito kind of
Hey! I thought I was the one getting out of here, not them pipsqueaks.
Hey,
What was that?
they're good pipsqueaks.
They're useless.
Did you say that they're useless?
Yeah, they're useless.
And we don't be a dick.
I'm pretty sure they just brought him down here because they were going to feed him to something. Maybe me.
Have you eaten
I-
people before?
he doesn't say
I
anything.
couldn't.
I just like laugh and hang my head.
If it weren't for Zeno here, I wouldn't have been able to get them out at all. Let alone you or any of your gang.
We're not a gang. We're a guild. There's a difference.
Show me the guild mark, Vito.
Roll a persuasion check.
Why? She got him out.
Oh, dang.
No, she didn't. He's still in his cage. He sighs and pulls his hair out of the way and tilts his neck towards you and kind of shifts some of the rags off of his shoulder. And you can see it's weird. It looks like a kind of dagger with a silvered handle painted to look like it's going into his neck. And the dagger says Dox Meus on it.
Can I make some kind of check to see if I know what that is?
Make a history check.
Low though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Nice.
You got a natural 20.
8.
So
So good. All those good perception checks are all building to this.
So, Dox Meus, the name rings a bell with you because when you guys were first setting up the Guild of Guiding Light, it rings something from in your head when you weren't inside Pam, but Pam remembers. She thought it sounded cool because when you guys were setting up the Guild of Guiding Light, Seamus was giving a lecture about the history of all these guilds and everything that had happened, and about how recently the power had shifted back into a kind of more neutral side of things after an assassins guild called Dox Meus was considered legal and disbanded after some of them just went on a what some would consider a tyrannical killing spree.
Oh.
Of who? Do I remember who?
It was a couple of people on the council. It was people in different rivaling guilds that they didn't get along with. It was people from the farming community. It was a couple of religious leaders. It was whoever they were paid for or whoever they could justify to themselves. They manipulated Portwind's whole... Part of the reason Portwind allowed a thieves guild, you understand, is because they think, well, if this person doesn't have enough strength to protect the thing that they own, they don't really deserve it. Dox Meus thinks that, but with your life.
Oh my god.
Oof. So I recognize
just
this
released
immediately.
him?
Yeah.
But
Pardon?
I don't let him know that I recognize this.
Okay.
Dox Meus. Unfamiliar.
We were the most powerful guild here. Our leader was at the head of the council.
How did you get that power?
Hard work. How else you get power?
Exterminations?
You get me.
I kind of like crack my knuckles and I stand up and I'm like, Vito, give me a minute. And I walk away.
Okay. As you walk away, we're gonna briefly go over to Darius and Ashoka. Darius, as you've been making your way through the city of Portwind, I assume you're just like, are you straight up running to get to Cotina's, or are you just like walking there fast? Are you speed walking through the mall, or are you running?
I'm speed walking through the mall, and I've got my my quarterstaff and my rod of lordly might in my hands.
You got him brandished to kind of fend off any of the carton vendors at the middle who are going to try to call out and offer you a massage. Okay.
No, and I'm just like twirling them like a drum majorette.
Interesting enough, as you do that, you go back through the area where people were drawing throughout the sidewalks, and you realize that the streets of Portland have become even more crowded. You end up taking a couple side roads and getting caught in what you realize is the musicians' version of doing art on the streets, which is nice for the first couple of them. You hear a couple of good bands, but then there's 16 of them playing different songs all at once, and it's awful. So you twirling things like drum batons actually gets you to move through the crowd faster than you previously would have. As they think, oh, this is just a dude making his way without... Where's his... Okay, never mind. So you continue on your way through the cacophony of sound. You have chalk, dust, and paint on the edge of your robes by the time you get to the front of Cotina's, where Ashoka is, like, sitting with his hands on his knees, crisscross applesauce, kind of meditating, and Bellman is there just staring at him.
Bellman is the older guy, right?
Yes, in fact, he is.
The one that I hate? Okay, cool.
Yeah, the one that you hate him now? I thought you just didn't trust him. Jeez.
I hate him, which is why I don't trust him.
He did, he did some weird things, but, overall, he didn't seem like a terrible person.
Listen, we can argue about this later.
Okay.
Hey, Darius.
What's up?
Cutting a little bit close, eh? He's, looking over his shoulder past the docks to the sunset.
Let's get downstairs and reconnoiter the situation.
Where's the rest of your group?
Hell if I know.
Oh, no!
They're in the tunnels, so they may be sneaking up on the worms from behind, so let's get downstairs and try to catch them head on.
A interesting tactic. This, he jerks his chin towards Ashoka on the ground. This one of yours?
Yes, he is. He's one of my best.
No.
You, care to introduce yourself, buddy? You kind of came here with the short fella, yelled at him for a second, and then just sat down. Like that's a thing people do.
Well, sorry, it's just a thing that I do with that one specific child. I'm Ashoka.
Good to meet you. I'm Bellman.
Bellman.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice to meet you too.
And you see before you, Ashoka, this older human gentleman with kind of dented-in armor that looks like it was once nice, a heavy cloak, some long silver curly hair, and a thick scar over one of his eyes as he reaches out and shakes your hand. You all ready for this then, even if you're attacking it from the other side? Is that what you said?
I said they're coming up from behind. They started in the tunnels at the bestiary, and they're coming this way. I hope.
How did that happen, if I may ask? Coming up behind one of these things ain't necessarily, well, to be fair, doing it from up front ain't the best idea either, but chances are going to be about 50-50.
Well, imagine, I don't know how many tunnels there are down there, but it's probably less than 50-50.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It is actually worse chances. Let's get inside before we have any more grand revelations, shall we? So he pushes open the door to Coteen as you hear the little clinking, cling. As you step inside at the sunset hour, you see the little halfling woman with her kind of white hair and little pigtails, and you see that all the customers are gone. She's sent everyone away for this to happen. She kind of rubs her hands, cleans some dirt off on a little towel, and comes over to you guys and says, "Oh, hello there. It's happy to have you come and fix this for me. Do you have everything you need?"
We sure hope
I
so.
think so.
I'm afraid I haven't met you before, have I?
Oh no.
Who, me?
Yes, you. The other one,
Uh,
they had Havoc with them last time, but had hair. You don't have hair unless you shaved your head, and I'm sorry, I need better glasses than this.
She reaches down and rubs them on her apron for a second and then puts them back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Ashoka. I work with Darius.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Let me just lead you around back then to get down into the cellar. Yes?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
She
miss.
kind of... she
Could you
laughs
come with
when...
us for a second?
Sure. What do you need?
Well, I'd like you to show us the hole and what,
Mhm.
how many times the hole was patched and fixed up.
Okay.
That has something to do with.
All right.
Sure thing. She starts to lead you around back behind the counter, holds a little door open for you. You guys walk in back past the cash register and into the kitchen where there are a couple of the waiters that you'd seen before, just kind of hanging out, who stand more at attention when you guys pass through, and she kind of waves them off like, "Really, you can go home for the day. Just find someplace other to be." And they're like, "But we want to make sure everything's okay, you know? It's..."
Yeah, what are we gonna do? Just leave you here by yourself? I'm not. Oh, you just go wait outside.
And she kind of shoos them off. She leads you guys down to a little ladder at the side that you notice. You kind of glance at as she starts to go down it. You realize it not only goes down into whatever the cellar area is. You glance up and it goes up and up and up like several more floors. But she's just going down into the cellar.
Come on. Is this the way?
Okay.
Would you guys like to do anything before you descend?
I just nervously follow.
Okay.
Let's go
Darius? Okay.
Go down the ladder.
Bellman joins you guys. Bellman joins you guys last. And and let's take a break there.
Okay.
So that's,
Alright.
Yeet.
I apologize we didn't get to the fight right away. Things went differently than I thought they would.
It's cool.
I want to know, like, how did you? Are we stopped yet?
I will. Okay, we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back to DieRole, everybody. Okay.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Okay. So, Ashoka, Darius, as you walk down this ladder, you come to a cellar slash basement space that is the bottom of which is covered in straw and hay. And you can immediately see to one side there's some area that's darker and ashier than others. You can see along the wall just in front of you as you come down the ladder is a large safe that takes up a decent amount of space. There's a bunch of barrels. There's a pallet full of boxes on one side, and you see these two massive holes, one of which has been partially patched up, the other which has not, along the western wall of the room, as well as some casks of ale and wine that have seeped into the floor.
Yes, so this is it. So we started to patch up that hole.
And she points to the one that you can see in the upper left-hand corner here, which has, like, part of it bricked in. That is, some of the bricks have come tumbling out again.
But I'm afraid it got knocked over again. And then that one is new.
And she points to the one on the lower right hand from what you can see.
I think that maybe it made that one and then went back again through there or looped back around. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Bauman goes over and is starts investigating over here. May I ask what caused this here?
Oh, we had some oil lamps that knocked over and caught fire a decent bit.
I can see that. Why are you confused, Darius?
Because you said there was a hole in the lower right-hand side. And I don't see it.
That's what this dark thing is over here by the barrels that are knocked over.
That's the left-hand side, lower left-hand side.
Did I say it wrong? Did I mix up my directions?
I thought you said lower right-hand side. Okay, so where Bellman is, that's not the hole.
That's burn areas.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I've been thinking that was the hole all along.
Mm-mm.
So, over on the left-hand side, there's a big hole, and then there's a little hole right by a laying down cask or something.
That got broken, yeah.
Okay,
Broken casks of ale.
okay, gotcha. Oh, I can read
Are you discovering things? Are you discovering powers?
that. Yeah. So, there's no whole hole, it's just in the corner. You see the little...
This is the floor plan view of it. There is an entire hole that's roughly 10 feet high, but there's no elevation view of it. No, not right now.
Okay. So we don't know which one to guard against.
I imagine it could be either of them if they come back in. I don't know how you might want to, well, I've shown you the place. I don't know how you exactly expect to prepare. Do you think it'll be safe upstairs for me to wait while you do this?
Maybe. So this place was affected by worms, correct?
Yeah. Are you familiar with purple worms?
I'm. Yes. Let's agree that I am.
And would you know how to attract one, bring it here so we can get on with this thing?
Purple people.
Roll a deception check.
You do this. Deception. Because you know what they say about purple people and purple work. Oh no, this isn't gonna work. Okay, let's see.
That's a natural
Ooh,
20.
nice.
Sweet. Okay, yeah, purple people. We just gotta find a purple person, and that will lure the purple worm. There's a folk tune about it.
You know, I haven't
Lures
heard
a
that before,
worm.
but I think you just might be right.
I can sing it if you want.
No, no, that's fine.
Lord, what purple people? Never mind. Okay, you get the point.
Apologies, I've never heard that one. Might I ask?
It's customary from the temple that I used to work at or worship at.
Interesting.
Got a lot of purple worms over there. Quite familiar with them.
Might I ask where exactly it is that you worshipped?
Oh, it was the temple of Daniel.
The monk order of the mother and father.
The monk order of the mother and father. It's I've been out on missionary work for quite some time now, and but yeah, I've retained all the worm knowledge.
All the worm knowledge.
Yep.
So if what you said, you did get a natural 20 on deception about the purple thing. So if what you say is true, then perhaps we need to. Is there anything we can use here to stain our skin purple to try and attract this thing? Perhaps you, the expert, would care to be the one partaking in this, since you might know best how to fend them off.
I would be happy to, but there are other ways of luring purple worms as well.
Such as, please, take the floor. If you are,
okay.
he comes up and tries to like push you further into so that you're like center stage of this room of 4 people.
Okay. Can I make like a wisdom roll to see if I can gather up anything that makes the most logical sense?
Make a nature check.
A nature check. Okay.
Okay. 9.
So
Purple people sounds good to you?
No, I was also gonna say maybe vibrations would lure them as well, because there's this thing that happened when we were out on the training grounds. We were moving around a lot, and it seemed to cause a lot of worm activity.
All right.
Well, he's not entirely off with that one. It was when we were making a big shipment down here, moving this pallet into this space that seemed to attract its attention.
Oh, dang, I was right. I mean, yeah, exactly. That seems completely right.
So if that's all you'll be needing of me, I think I'll be heading back upstairs.
Yes, it's probably best if you just leave the rest to the worm experts.
Do you think that it's safe upstairs, or should I evacuate everyone else? It seemed that they were stubborn about hanging around.
Well, so how big are the holes in this area?
They are roughly 10 feet in radius or diameter. Let me double check.
Oof, dang, either way.
Diameter.
Yeah, in diameter.
Okay. Oh, dang. Okay. Given the size of these holes, I think it's probably best if you just evacuate, mostly at the risk of a potential sinkhole, which we're trying to avoid.
Yes, I'd be hoping so.
Okay, let me just go get everyone. She starts to get back up the ladder and she starts to shout up, Helga! Hilda! Brienne! Get everybody out! Come on!
And I just say under my breath, I hope she's insured.
What is that?
Oh.
Alright, that's it. Alright, boys, how do we expect to be handling this thing?
So, okay, here's what I assume. I'm gonna take the risk and go down in the holes because I don't think we want to bring them to the surface at the risk of causing more damage. So I'm gonna go down about maybe 30, 40 feet. Wait, Darius, how far can your mental communication thing go? How far?
Was it 120 feet?
Okay.
Yes.
Then yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably go down 30 to at most 50 feet, and you guys start making as much movement up here as you can, and I'll make as much movement down there as I can. And when I'm down there, if I come to contact with them, I will use. Let's see, what sort of things can I use? I will try my luck with. Maybe dark vision, reckless endurance, military, or research. I feel like I'm not the best person to be fighting worms. Savage attacks. I have this thing called savage attacks, so I will use my savage attacks if I come into contact with said worms. Wait, I'm actually not sure if that's. I should be more familiar with these things.
Make a quick wisdom check.
Okay. Well, hang on. Okay.
So I can cast message continually, right? And so he can answer message, right? And I
If you keep sending it like every 30 seconds, but it won't be perfect. You'll probably like skip every not a saving throw, a wisdom check.
Oh wait, what do you
So click on the big one in the bigger area as opposed to the one under the thing that says saving throws.
It's not here.
Yes, it is. It's on the
Is
left.
Is it?
It's on
It's
the
your
left.
stat. You click on the.
I'm so confused.
Click on the actual stat where it says the word wisdom.
Yeah.
It'll like.
So
highlight
Darius, you hearing Ashoka, aka this is definitely.
That's Darius.
This is This is.
Oh, I see. There's Natalie.
This is definitely. This is okay. So this is Darius. You recognize this as definitely Victor coming through Ashoka, being like, and you remember there was a time or two he forgot how to use his abilities in game as well. So this doesn't surprise me. And then you kind of working together realize that as far as communication goes, your best bet is Darius's message spell, or just yelling is also possible. To use against it for a savage attack, that's only if you store a critical hit with a melee weapon attack, which, as a person who punches things and doesn't use a melee weapon.
Okay. Then how about Fist of Four Thunders?
That would be casting Thunderwave, which would be theoretically an effective spell. So.
Well, but that sounds damaging.
I mean, I imagine any attacks we would be doing on it would be damaging, so yes. Are you alright?
Yeah, I think the fumes of the spilt ale is probably getting to me. I'm just trying to figure out my best method of defense if I come into contact with these worms.
Your best method of defense would be armor, which don't look like you got.
Well, okay, maybe not defense, maybe more like offense.
How do you usually attack things?
I haven't done that much. I attacked a water creature with water once.
Interesting tactic.
Maybe my key empowered strikes will work. I'll take my let me see. Start at 6th level. Your unarmed strikes count as magical for the purpose of overcome resistance. Huh. I wonder if these worms are non-magical.
Bellman comes over to you, Darius, and says, "Is he okay?"
Yes, he is. He's one of the best.
Alright.
I'm gonna take my chance I'll take my chance if I come into contact with them. Maybe I don't even have to fight them. Maybe I can try to. Wait. Maybe I can use the tongue of the sun and moon. Maybe I can speak with them and befriend them.
Do you often try to make friends with regular worms?
I can't say that it hasn't happened before.
Okay.
If that doesn't work, if being diplomatic does not work, then I will attack them with my key empowered strikes.
I don't know what that means, but okay, buddy, you do you.
Trust me, I'm a professional, and then I jump into the hole.
Oh, okay. You jump
Were
into
you
the
gonna say
hole.
something? Yes.
You jump into the hole. Since it's like the floor of the hole is still kind of, it's like an inch or two lower than the floor of this room. You jump in and you just go, and you glance back over your shoulder, and
I'm
you're
just
like,
ow, my ankle.
Come on, man.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk through the hole then. Wish me luck, and just start making vibrations as much as you can.
"Are you sure about this?"
I'm more than sure. I'm a show.
I am talking to Darius, but that is sure.
Okay, I'm gonna head down then.
I'm going to move your circle off the screen. Okay, it's not like a pit. It's like a hallway.
Okay, so I'm just walking, just tapping. So I have a quarterstaff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just like tapping my quarterstaff along the walls, just boom, boom, boom.
Make a perception check.
Oh, what? Okay, perception.
Darius.
I got this.
Darius, you seemed confident when I was telling you this mission. Did you have some kind of a plan in addition to hitting the rock?
Hitting the rock? Yes.
May I ask what you were...
I'm going to sit here and cast a spell, conjure up a spell, and cast it as a defense. So when they come in here, they're frozen in place. Not necessarily lethal. Just they're kind of held still. So we can...
Interesting. What do you need to cast this?
Well, as soon as I find it, I'll let you know.
All right. I will.
Does anybody here know one like that?
I am not as familiar with spells as I used to be. He kind of pushes the cloak back from his head. I'm gonna post up by the other entrance, just in case. And he goes over here. Okay, so you rolled an 8 on perception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's a dark hole. You're tapping your staff along the side. There seems to be some like dust and debris kind of falling. You don't imagine this is as deep underground as you could possibly be, but it feels relatively underground. It's strange, as you're walking through the hole, you can start to see other little glimpses of light the further down you go. You're just going 30 feet or so, right?
Yeah, unless there's something draws me further.
You're seeing like a slight little bit of light, as though this tunnel somehow notched or caught part of another basement from a building next door. But you don't go that much further to inspect it, so you're just gonna wait?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna kind of start making noises, making vibrations, stomping my feet. So is the hole going like in a decline as I'm going down, or is it just like straight?
It's kind of twisty. It's kind of like mostly straight, a little bit down, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, like how worms move.
Okay.
Yeah. Darius, let me know when you're done looking at your spell, and we will move you to wherever you need to be.
Okay.
I'm also looking around the grounds for like any signs of recent activity or anything.
Do you want to make an investigation check?
Okay.
Okay. As you're poking around some of the tunnels, you can start to, part of the tunnel that you're in, you can start to feel a little bit of kind of waxy, kind of slimy residue. And you can start to feel, if you trail your fingers along some of the walls, these aren't perfectly circular tunnels, and you think, after standing there for a couple seconds, that, oh, that's because this tunnel was just one of the ways it went, and it branched off from here, but wherever it had branched off from before kind of collapsed and filled back in here with some more of the dirt just collapsing in on itself.
Okay. So I can probably estimate that there's been some recent activity.
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah, relatively. Okay.
Okay. So, Darius,
Yes.
where would you like to be in the room?
Where those 3 barrels are sitting.
These?
No, the other one. There you go. I'd like to
Tell
be
me-
sitting on top of.
You want to be on... Okay. You sit on top of a barrel. Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine.
You're just sitting on top of things today.
Yeah. I'm not dangling my legs out this time. So
Okay.
I'm not whistling either.
Okay. Okay.
So
So,
I'm thinking about casting like entangle or enlarge, reduce, one or the other.
mhm.
If I were to do enlarge, reduce, so if the worm popped his head out of the tunnel, and I could reduce the tunnel to less than the size of the worm, what would happen? Would the tunnel
it-
collapse, or would it just get trapped?
Make an Arcana check. Okay. So you start to think about this plan possibly with enlarge reduce, and then you realize that a couple things. It may not take effect the way that you're meaning to because it has to focus on one specific creature or thing. So reducing the tunnel is made up of many small things, many little bits and pieces of dirt and stone and, etc., etc. But you start to wonder, even if you were to perhaps go reverse and enlarge the worm to try and have the same effect, where it would be too big for the tunnel, you imagine that it might take some crushing damage from the tunnel, but at the same time, if it's a creature designed to create these great halls for itself to move through, it may not hold it back for long.
So what about entangle?
Entangle. Similarly, you imagine that difficult terrain. If this kind of creature is able to eat through what was once a stone wall, as you can see here on the left, you can imagine it might be able to eat through some vines.
What if they're poison vines?
Make a nature check.
Wait, me?
Yes, you asked.
Oh, I thought that it was. I thought since it was Darius's thing. Okay, cool. Push shabam.
Darius is wondering out loud, and you okay. You think that's a brilliant idea.
All right. Well, I'm going to keep reading, see if we can find something.
So
Okay.
I pick up any activity down in the tunnel.
Make a general perception check again for me.
Okay.
Okay. Every now and again.
Shoki, see anything?
I'm not sure yet.
You're kind of absentmindedly hitting the wall with your staff now, and a couple of seconds go by and you feel something shifting. You're like, and then you realize that you'd knocked some, like, there were some stones that came loose from you knocking your staff against the wall. Also,
Okay.
roll a strength check. I want to see how hard you're hitting the wall to make it shake, because you're not currently particularly a strong monk.
You know, it's just strange considering I'm an orc, but we'll see. For now.
Okay, not too bad. So yeah, you are able to dislodge some of the rocks and things, and there's some slight vibrations, but you don't feel currently anything bigger than what it is that you are causing. So
Okay.
Bellman kind of sits himself on top of one of the broken casks of wine. Darius is waiting there. You're just hitting the wall. Let's pause for a second. Go back to Vincent and Pam.
Okay.
What are you two doing?
So I'm having a moral dilemma. About
Well, yeah, we ended with you saying I'll be right back to, whatever his name is, right?
in vitro.
Or like something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Vito.
Yes. So I get up and I start to dust off my pants.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, and Vito, what happens if I let you out? What happens to this guild of yours?
We get a new start, maybe? Maybe I find some other place that'll take me in. I don't know.
How many of your guild members are in here?
Fewer of them than there used to be.
Did you eat them?
No.
Who's that undead over there?
I don't know. Someone they wanted to have fun with. They brought down here, left him to rot.
Okay. Once again, I'll be right back. So I kind of walk over to Vincent and just like I clap my hand on his shoulder and just like, we gotta talk.
About what?
Wait,
First of all, meet
did you let out these weird
Zeno and
goblins?
Bino. What?
Did you
This
let out,
is Bino and this is Zeno.
did you let out these weird goblins?
Don't
Hi.
call them weird. I will fight you.
I like hold out both hands for them, like in front of them.
Bino, after you unlock the door, immediately just kind of dash past it and is standing against the wall with his back to it. Zeno! Zeno! Huh? She's still just kind of waiting inside like she can't believe that the door is open. What are you doing? Get out! We gotta run!
You know.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
Wait, Zeno. This is my
Huh?
friend.
Hi.
I
I'm
crouch
Zeno.
down and hold out my hand in front of her.
She shakes it.
There's a high
Oh,
five. but-
She goes to shake it and doesn't know what a high five is and slowly retracts her hand.
So I kind of like imitate a high five with my other hand, like this. Like this, see?
Okay. She high fives you very wearily.
You do it harder than that. You got it. Come on.
She tries harder. She's gonna roll a strength check. It's not hard at all. She taps your hand.
Aw.
Good job, kid. I like your moxie.
Zeno, what are you doing? We should go. But where are we gonna go? There's a big worm. We're gonna die if we go on our own.
He's right, kid.
You.
It's gonna go like this. Nom, 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 nom.
He jumps back, afraid of you.
Leave us alone.
I'll protect both of you. Both of us will protect both of you.
Yeah.
They
And I like
exchange a
that.
glance. Make a persuasion check. What would you like to do?
Can I like I'm still crouched down? Can I like crab walk towards Bino?
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Dang it.
Wait, a Hellwind is?
Yeah,
With disadvantage?
yeah.
Okay.
Because you're crab walking
Thanks,
towards
man.
him. Oh, it's the same.
Okay, either way, an 8. So.
Bino slowly skitters away from you as he sees you crab walking to him until his back is up against another one of the cages, and someone from inside grabs his wrist.
Let me go, please. Please let me go. Please let me go. Okay, this is bad. This is bad. I don't like this.
I'm gonna be like, let go of him now, and try to intimidate him.
The figure that's kind of just shadowy glances up from inside the cell. Make an intimidation check.
Ooh.
Kind of mutters under his breath and squeezes Bino's wrist for a second before letting him go.
That's right, jerk. Ow. Ow.
Do that again and you might lose an arm. I said it to the guy in the cell, not Bino.
He's not lying. He cut off someone's arm a couple days ago. No, it was yesterday, right?
I believe so.
I shouldn't say that.
I might have cut someone else's arm off the day before that. Who can tell?
You hear the gate open, not the gate, the cell open as Zeno slowly walks out. Is that true?
It
He
is
deserved
true.
it.
He did it to protect me and my little companion.
He's still alive. But I did it to protect my friends.
You're making a mistake, you know.
Who said that?
You look around and it was the person who grabbed Beano's wrist.
Why is that?
They're not going to be happy with you trying to free prisoners. What do you think a warden's for?
I'm not going to be happy with them keeping prisoners. Especially ones that don't seem deserving of their fate.
Person gets kind of closer to the bars, wraps some like thick, pale, wide fingers around them, and presses their face up kind of towards you. Got this like weirdly gray kind of pale skin and white hair. What makes you think you've got the right to set any of us free in here?
I think we're kind of just making things up as we go along, to be honest.
And who has the right to keep you here?
They roll
Seems
their
like
eyes
something
and
you
go
should
back
have
into the
asked
cell.
yourself.
Don't know what you're talking about.
What's your name?
They don't say anything.
So that's how it's gonna be?
You see the head kind of roll towards you against the wall as they're like looking at you like, really? We're not a zoo. Move along.
I don't think anything deserves to be kept in a cage.
I kind of crab walk towards the cell.
There's no response.
I put both my hands around two of the bars, and I'm like, I kind of lean my face in close. I'm like, what are you in here for? What are you in here for? What are you in for, buddy?
Roll a persuasion check.
Maybe he'll appreciate my crab walk.
Make a performance check. No, I'm kidding.
What does it matter to you? I did something bad. That's what they tell me.
Well, maybe it wasn't so bad after all.
If I'm gonna be set free, I don't want it to be by you. Bug off.
What did you do? I won't set you free, but I just, I don't know. What does it matter, right?
Kind of glances you up and down. Cocks their head to the side. I skinned a tiefling to make a purse.
Was it a pretty purse?
Yes.
I'm kind of like covering Zeno and Beano's ears. Like walking them away.
Beano is trying to slap your hand away, but can't do it because he's a weak boy.
Aww.
Do you regret it?
Head rolls back to the other side, arms crossed, sitting on the floor, doesn't say anything. Get out of here now, unless you want to be caught by the warden.
I just get up, and
Still in distance, I'm gonna be like, we may not let you out physically, but that doesn't mean we're gonna turn our back on someone who doesn't deserve to be in here. Even if we can get the warden to let you out.
I mean,
Even if that sounds impossible.
My dude, he skinned a tiefling.
Yeah, and Invito murdered a bunch of people.
We don't know that. get to
Yes, we do.
How do you know that?
I could hear you guys talking.
Sure, you could. And Vito is not a subtle man.
Speaking of that, I kind of like walk away from the cell and I grab you by your shoulder and I'm like motioning you away, towards like I don't know, a little bit away from the cells. Are we far enough away so Invito can't hear us or anybody can't hear us?
I tell I before we walk away, I tell Bino I'm like stay here, protect Zeno. I'll be right back.
I'm like, oh, they can hear this. You can bring them if you don't.
Okay. You guys can come with us.
I don't want to. I want to leave.
I kind of pinch Bino's cheek, like face, and I'm just like, we don't have secrets with Bino, do we?
Let go me. Let go me.
Make a strength check.
Me?
Yeah.
I still pinch him on the cheek.
Yeah. Okay, he's weaker than you.
Yes, I'm weaker than I'm stronger than a child.
You think it's a child?
I get down onto my knee and I put my hand on Bino's shoulder and I'm like, you two are related, right? Siblings?
Uh-huh. Maybe. What's it to you?
Well, either way, I can tell you both care about each other a lot. If you want Zeno to be safe, then you should stick with us.
He kind of crosses his arms.
You said you ripped somebody's arm off yesterday?
You're kind of cutting out.
You said you ripped somebody's arm off yesterday?
Yeah.
Is that supposed to make me feel better or worse?
They were evil, trust me. You two aren't evil. I can tell.
Lots of folks tend to think different.
Well, those folks are wrong.
Zeno reaches up and grabs your hand and looks over at Bino. Roll a persuasion check with advantage, because Zeno is helping you.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright.
Okay.
Eventually, he kind of hops back and forth on his feet for a second. He says,
Well, I'm not gonna go anywhere without her, but I don't want to hear your business.
he goes and he sits by the little empty well in the center of the room and just kind of watches you from afar.
Fair enough. And then I go to the side with Pam.
Both of you make a quick sleight of hand check to try and say this without being heard. Okay. Continue.
Can I walk away farther?
You feel as though you're being secretive. You feel as though you're being private.
How many feet away am I?
From what? From who?
From the nearest cell?
Roughly 15 feet.
That's not enough.
You're at the part of the room that was wrecked because of the tunnel that got pulled through it.
Okay. Wait, that seems very close.
Okay. The tunnel went through at like an angle, so it went exactly through the cell next to Invito, and then through to the other side on another cell, and it took out like part of a wall that was just a wall. You're at the center of the part that was just a wall. Have your conversation.
Okay. Technicality, I'm sorry. So I'm whispering, okay? I'm like, so I think that Invito might have killed a bunch of people. Do you remember what is it? Doxmaeus? That guild?
No. What is that?
They're that like that tyrannical guild that ran here a while ago. Back when a bunch of people were killed.
Anything that's happened in whatever time we've been gone, I do not remember whatsoever. I'm actually a bit surprised that you remember that.
It must have been while we were still here, because I remember it, so I don't know.
No, it's part of yeah, there.
Yeah, I think it might have been what Pam remembers from our time gone, not what I remember.
Wait, so you still remember things from what Pam remembered, even when we weren't in their bodies?
I guess. I don't know how else I could, because Doc's Maze is like new to me. It's not new.
Vincent, make a quick wisdom check.
Okay.
Okay. Something about it tickles the back of your head, and you're not sure why, but it doesn't seem to be whatever the extent that Pam is talking about seems. It was just like a word you had heard before.
Maybe
interesting.
Maybe Pam was more involved in it than you were.
Maybe.
For whatever reason.
Either way, it sounds like no good to me.
Yeah, but if he is that important, if he was a part of such an important guild, then I don't know. I feel weird about just leaving him down here.
I mean, I feel weary about letting him out, and he's gonna be here, or whoever who knows how long. These worms have got to go right now.
What if he gets out? What if the worm comes back and he destroys the cell and like he's freed? How do we know?
Well, that's why we have to find the worms first.
I don't know.
You really trust this guy?
I don't, but...
So then why is it a good idea to let him out? Convince me. I have no reason to let him out right now.
I trust him in a weird way, because he hasn't lied to us. That much is true. He hasn't lied to us.
He's been vague with us.
Huh?
He's been vague with us.
That's not lying, though. And he doesn't attempt to hide what he's done, and I respect that. I don't know. I just, knowing that he's down here, I would feel weird just leaving him.
If we let him out, we're going to have to let the rest of his gang out. Or he's probably going to do it.
I don't think we have to do that.
Why not? That's exactly what he wanted to do.
True, but I don't. If we can constrain him somehow, then we won't be able to let him out.
Do you think he's going to be more cooperative with us if we don't let his friends out of their cells?
Maybe. That can be our leverage. I don't know. I know it's strange and it's crazy, but I feel like we can trust him, and I feel like leaving him down here is weird. It's a weird choice if we just forget about it.
I give the rope that I was holding from when I wanted to constrain him to Pam, and I just say, just keep him away from Zeno and Bino.
Can you, don't you have that, know your enemy thing? Or know your... You want to see if he's like a strong?
I think I remember Oliver saying something about that. I mean, I can see what I can glean from him.
How many times can you use that a day?
Let me check right now. Know your enemy. It doesn't really have a limit. It just says if you spend 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat, you can learn certain information about its capabilities.
What's it called? Know thine enemy?
Know your enemy. And I'm pretty sure it's just a skill. It doesn't require any kind of like roll or...
Let me double check real quick.
Alright.
I just want to know if he's stronger than me.
Well, I can only tell if he's stronger than me, and that if he is, I'd be surprised, but it would be useful information.
Starting at second level, you may, as a bonus action, study an opponent's mannerisms in order to gain temporary advantages against them. Make an insight check against the creature's CR level +5. If you pass, you may choose an ability to gain against that creature. This lasts a number of rounds equal to your wisdom modifier, at which time they notice you taking advantage of weakness they will have in it. And you cannot use this ability on the same creature more than once per day. Okay. So make an insight check on him.
Oh. Well, that's probably not gonna go well, but I'll try.
Also, as a general note, okay, not bad. As a general note, insight checks can be used by anyone at any time to kind of be like, is this dude on the up and up? Like, if you think someone's lying to you, you can say, do I believe them? And I can say, make an insight check. Okay, so insight. So you get to know... So you just, like, sit down on the ground and start staring at the dude?
No.
No?
I'll kind of, as Pam and I are talking, kind of glance over at him and act like I'm kind of just eyeballing him, which is exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, so what do you know about him? What do you want to know?
I'll ask Pam first. What do you want to know about him? I feel like, let's see. I just had it up.
I kind of want to know how strong he is. 'Cause I'm not
Total class levels is usually a good bet because it just means we can tell what level he is in general.
Okay.
Strength will most likely not help, but it might. Armor class could help too because we could tell what it would take for us to actually hit him. So, Constitution, armor class, current hit points, total class level, or fighter class level are superior or inferior to mine. That's the only thing I can tell from that, and I get to choose 2 from that list.
So all you know is if it's inferior or superior.
Yep. Yeah. So I think I want to go with total class level and armor class.
Okay. So you just know if it's superior or inferior to yours?
Yeah.
What's your...
It says, the GM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior in regard to 2 of the following.
Okay. What's your armor class?
My armor class is 18, I believe. Yes, 18.
Okay. He's superior in terms of level, inferior in terms of armor class.
Interesting. Okay.
So
He's on a pretty high level.
He's probably stronger than me.
Not necessarily, like, strength-wise, not necessarily, but in whatever his, like, skill is, he's probably, like, better in his trade than we are in ours.
What's both of your guys' passive perception?
Huh?
What's both of your passive perceptions?
15.
15.
Oh, how do you just are... What is that?
I don't think yours would be super high. It's what you notice when you're not trying to notice things.
Oh, I
Yours
see.
is 7.
7.
Yeah, no. Okay. So, Pam, you notice as you're talking with, as Vincent is studying this dude in the cell, getting this information for you, you notice out of the corner of your eye, Bino, who had previously just been sitting up against the edge of the well, has kind of climbed inside, and it was like touching something or slipped inside. And then a second later, there was like a brief little flash of arcane energy again along all the doors that are still locked. And when one was found open, that part stayed glowing for a couple seconds longer and then faded away.
So he was in the hole, in the tunnel, or I mean in the well.
Yeah.
And then
You just heard like a slight
Huh. Hey, Bino.
What?
Huh?
I kind of like.
Where did he go? Is he still there?
You're fine. You keep doing your thing.
What? Yeah. But I wasn't doing anything. We were talking to each other, but okay. I walk over to the well and see.
You look into the well and see that Beano is like kind of dazed in the middle, where his hand hit this like little bunch of kind of softly glowing, kind of yellowish brown crystal in the middle of the thing. Like he just smacked it with his hand while he was trying to look what see was inside.
Huh?
I'm gonna lift him out of the well. Are you okay, Vino?
He looks kind of dazed.
I'll just pick him up and move him away from that and bring him over next to Zeno.
He actually looks like surprisingly hurt. Like he's holding his wrist from where the other person clamped down on it before.
Oh, it's been quite a day today, huh, Zeno? Yeah, I guess so. Are you okay?
Can I perform lay on hands? It's kind of just a healing power.
Sure. How many points do you want to give him?
Doesn't seem like, and he's just dazed, so like 2, I guess.
Okay. He seems slightly better. The daze kind of goes away, but he's still holding his wrist.
Can I look at his wrist?
It's like kind of twisted from where the person grasped it from inside of the cell.
You okay, Vino? You gonna be alright?
I think I'll be fine. I just can't.
He like hangs his arm up limply, and his wrist is kind of like flopping a little.
Be careful what you touch. This place is foreign to me, so I don't know what all is going on. By the way, I'm going to pull out both my hand axes and hand one to each of them. If something happens, these are to protect yourselves.
I'm kind of just like side-eyeing Vincent.
Zeno kind of holds hers out, kind of tepidly, and then Beano immediately, his eyes light up. He's like,
This is amazing. Zeno, you want to fight?
Bino,
Zeno, you want to fight?
I put my hand on his shoulder. Bino, this is a weapon. It's made to hurt people. It's not a toy.
Okay.
he kind of steps away from you.
Finish whatever you were talking about.
Just like you said, stick together. If anything happens, don't separate from each other. Keep these close to yourselves.
Okay. Finish talking about what you were talking about. Zeno, I want to show you this thing. It kind of glows like what you do when you do the magic stuff. Come here, come look.
And he kind of tries to tug her over to the well and climbs in with her to go look at the thing. And Vito, from where he's at in the cell, kind of clears his throat like...
You know something about that? What?
No,
what did you say?
I was told to wait a minute. I believe it's been a minute.
Hold on, old man.
He's like leaning forward on the cage bars, and then a second later, he kind of leans back again and rests out his hand as another flash of that arcane energy came out through. And Beano immediately stands up in the well and says, What me? I didn't do... And then you can kind of hear this thunk, thunk. And you look back, and the person who hurt Beano's wrist is like chucking little rocks from their cell, and each time making a flash against the stone in the center of the well, the thunk, and then causing the little flare up, and he's causing these little like vibrations on the ground. And every time the cell that's been opened kind of flashes a second more, like it's paying attention to the fact.
Oh no. Vincent, I think this is some kind of security system.
Couple miss.
If we hit it, maybe it'll stop.
Beano.
No.
Yeah, don't hit it, Beano.
I like run over to the open cell and I shut it closed.
It's still, without the lock on it, it still creaks back open.
Okay.
If it's some kind of security system, then we should get out of here. If you want to let Vito out, be my guest. But like I said, keep him away from Bino and Zeno.
Another
Bino,
rock.
Bino, why did you hit the thing?
It wasn't me. It was the rocks.
It was another, as another rock hits, and it kind of, the arcane energy lasts overall just a little bit longer. and then flashes up that still open cell and kind of hangs around a little bit more, and it starts to kind of
I'm
like
gonna
vibrate
stand
a
in
little
front of-
bit.
I'm standing in the way of where, so he's just throwing rocks at me instead.
he gives you the finger and then stops.
Right back at you, buddy.
You're already too late.
I rush over to Invito.
Uh-huh.
Invito, give me one good reason why I should let you out.
Well, I could be of use given our current situation. Can't you feel that?
What do you mean? How could you be of use? We can just run away.
Well, I have the feeling maybe I out sooner than I originally thought, so I don't really need you anymore, Missy.
And you feel the ground starting to shake around you a little bit more. And you're not sure if it's boots from up above. You're not sure what's happening. Both of you make quick perception checks.
Well.
Helen thinks someone's just walking around upstairs. Pam, you start to feel, specifically in the cell that you're under, there's a little bit more of shifting and vibrating, and some of the loose stone on the wall of Invito's cell is starting to come over, and he says, "See, what did I tell you?" As it starts to get closer and closer and closer, and the well starts to shake in the center, and with the activity of the stone around this thing in the center, it starts to light up more and more, and Vito kind of gets back away from the thing as the arcane energy is pushed up the bars of his cell.
What's going on?
Is this a worm?
I'm gonna grab Bino and Zeno. And
Bino is
run
already running.
to one of the tunnels.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna grab Zeno and follow Bino.
Okay, Bino is just starting it up the tunnel. That's the continuation of the one you guys run. And you've got longer legs, so you catch up with him pretty fast and kind of scoop him onto your other shoulder.
And then once I do that, I stop in the tunnel. Just
Closer.
like out of range of anything that could potentially harm us, but enough to kind of see in the cell.
And then closer.
Or like see in the room.
Uh-huh.
I'm still in the tunnel.
Okay,
Pam?
closer and closer
Pam, you might want
and
to
closer.
Uh,
The walls are starting to shake around you, and the bars to Vino cell are kind of like creaking against some unseen force. And he's like laughing, like.
It took too long. This is what happens when you let the kiddies out to play.
oh.
Pam?
And you start to hear it now as it's pushing. And then you hear the ground start to crack from that different kind of area. It sounds like it's coming originally what was beneath Invito's cell is coming up behind you, Pam, closer towards the well at the center, and that same flash of arcane energy is just consistent now as you kind of lean away from the cell to stay away from it.
Okay, okay, this might take too long. I am going to try to copy down the map I have into my cartographer's, into a separate piece of paper.
Roll with your cartographer's tools with disadvantage, because you're trying to do this quickly.
Yes.
Nope.
That's already
That's a natural one. Okay. Yeah. And as it starts to shake more and more, some of the walls of the well start to actually...
I fold up the map and I give it to Zeno, and I say, Zeno, keep track of your brother. If you guys get lost, go to this place, and I point to the Guild of Light.
Okay.
You got that?
Okay. I
But
think
for
so.
now, stay here.
Okay.
And then the wall is falling apart as the ground beneath you starts to roll and shift. Pam, make a dexterity saving throw.
Who?
Pam, make a dexterity saving throw as the ground beneath you starts to crack apart into pieces.
Sorry. I was looking at things.
I was studying my spells. I didn't notice the ground falling beneath me. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
You get the ground right behind you kind of cracks and you kind of fall forward into the bars of the cell that are still lit up with this arcane magic, and you take only 1 point of thunder damage. You're far enough away from it, Hellwind, that you can see as the mouth starts to come up from this cracked surface, and it still just takes 1 second more as it goes. That's the bad noise. As the mouth of a purple worm starts to come up from the edge of this and hitting fresh air, it comes up and kind of swivels around and immediately starts to take up most of the space of this room as it's 10, 20, 30 feet, and it starts to kind of almost swipe past you, Pam, as you're still kind of pressed up against the bars. What would you guys like to do?
Okay, I push Zeno and Bino away and I say, "Run! Meet us at the guiding light."
You run too! Okay!
Just stay there.
And you start hear the as they're starting to run away up the same tunnel.
Okay. I draw my sword and run back in.
Okay.
So does it destroy any of the cells?
No, it came up right under the well.
Okay.
So it's out into the open now, or it's still like underground?
It's still partway coming out, and as it pushes out further, you can see it's kind of swinging its head around looking for the different sources of vibration. And as if in some last-ditch attempt, there's one more rock that flies from the other cell that lands somewhere in the center of the room, and it snatches out towards it and actually like catches the rock in its mouth as it's starting to head closer to where you are, Vincent. Just like rows and rows. It's almost a completely circular purple worm with a gaping maw of these rows of razor-sharp teeth. And Pam, you can see as its tail end starts to sweep out from the last of the hole, a thick stinger that kind of slashes out. Both of you make... If you guys want to run away, I'll give you another chance to make a dexterity saving throw before it is fully out enough to attack you.
Oh my god.
What do you want to do?
Should we run?
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
We'll run.
We'll run.
Okay, make dexterity saving throws, both of you.
Ah, but what about the guy? Ah!
I don't like him, so no skin off my back. Okay, I failed that throw.
I wonder if I can. How big is he in comparison to me? Just
He
real
is
quick.
still in a locked cell.
What?
And it seems like the Arcana is intensified. If not, we don't know how to disable it, so...
I know, I'm saying how big is Invito compared to me?
He's small. He's a halfling. He's at your knee.
Can I...
Well, I already failed my dexterity save, so we might just have to fight it anyway.
Well, you failed your dexterity save. What would you like to do? Pam,
Me?
you were going to say something.
Okay.
Can I cast Dimension Door and get me and Invito away from the worm?
You're not close enough to touch him. You'd have to reach through the arcane power.
It's within 5 feet.
It's within 5 feet. You're like on the... He's retreated to the back of his cell. He's like, oh, purple worm. Arcane, shocky, bad.
So that's like more than 5 feet?
The cells are like 10 feet by 10 feet. It's not a closet. You have to be standing on the same space as someone to cast Dimension Door with them. Within, like, yeah.
Can I, can I still catch it and go near Vincent?
You can cast it and go near Vincent, yeah.
Okay, then I do that.
Okay, so Vincent, you start to run in one direction, almost to head back towards Pam, and then she dimensions doors into existence next to you. Make your dexterity saving throw, Pam. With advantage, because you're farther away from it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no!
You dimension door right into Vincent, and you like almost topple to the ground. And as you do, it causes another vibration, and the mouth turns towards both of you. Goes. If you're gonna start running, you got to do it now, because it's going to catch up.
I thought we were trying to run. Do we?
You guys fell into each other because she dimension doored and it messed up. Okay, so you start running down the same tunnel. After
Where we came?
you're running
No,
after, I assume after Bino and Vino or Zeno.
Is that back
Yes.
from where we came though?
No.
I thought it's the other way, like
Okay.
through where the worm went. Yeah.
Okay.
It's continuing on. What's both of your speed?
30 feet.
Okay.
It's at the top next to armor class.
Oh my god. 30.
I think
I'm gonna wait really quick. Pam, it's clearly sensitive to noise. Don't you have a spell that makes loud noises?
Do I? Oh. Right. What's it called?
roll a wisdom. Roll a wisdom check. As you're trying to think. No, Pam, because she can't remember her spell.
Dang it.
How do you do-
Come on.
I know.
Thaumaturgy. It's thaumaturgy. You think I can never pronounce it.
Oh god, there's too many spells.
So what do you do?
I cast thaumaturgy.
What do you? So the sound of clanking bells and the sound crashes closer to where Invito's cell was, and the worm turns towards it as you and
No,
Hellwind run up.
there. I don't cast it near his cell.
Where do you cast it?
I cast it towards where the cells are already broken.
So you cast it down the other tunnel, so it turns towards there and starts to go, and thinks for a second it needs to go back down the other tunnel it made. So you guys are running up this other tunnel?
Yes.
Okay. So you're running full sprint for turns that would be 60 feet. So you're just running and 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 running. And Ashoka, make a perception check.
Okay.
Oh my
1
god.
second.
Do we catch back
Perception.
up with Bino and Zeno?
There's still eventually yes, but
Okay,
for now I'm
gonna
having
pick
them.
up and run with them in my arms.
Okay. Okay. Ashoka, you start to feel like the vibrations my stick is doing is getting like louder and it's coming closer. But it doesn't like sound like a worm. And then all of a sudden, after a couple more like 30 to a couple more seconds, you see Hellwind variation Vincent carrying 2 goblins and Pam just crash into you and like knock you the rest of the space back into this other cellar.
Ashoka.
Vincent, I mean, Hellwind.
The worm's like coming after us, so
Wait,
get
what?
ready to fight.
Yeah.
Oh man, my vibrations worked. Okay,
I'm going to
you
run.
guys run. I'm gonna stay behind and handle this worm.
If you say, then we all say Ashoka.
But you
I'll be
got
right
little
back.
goblin people?
Yes, I'm gonna save them. I'm gonna bring them to safety and come back.
Okay, I'm gonna handle this worm situation.
Okay, I want to run up. Is the person who owns the Codinas still there?
So hold on. Things have to happen real quick. I'm going
Okay.
to roll to see how smart it is. Not too smart, so it does waste a little bit of time doing that. So Ashoka's,
You're evacuated.
yeah. So they're
Okay,
there. So Vincent, you just dash up this ladder. Make a quick athletics check to try and carry 2 goblins while also climbing a ladder, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, easy enough. You throw them on your back, and then like Bino is dangling from Zeno, and is like, "Ah!" But you make it up and out to the restaurant. It's pretty much abandoned. There's like a couple people on the very outside waiting to see if anything's happening because they haven't felt any vibrations yet. But they just see now you, and you're like vigilante get up, holding 2 goblins come outside. Is everything happening all right in there?
Take these 2 to the guiding light.
Go
Get
back
to
up,
safety.
lady.
Okay.
Here, I give her my, or I take rations in the water pack back out of my Dungeoneer's pack and give it to them. And like, keep these for Bino and Zeno in case this takes longer than it needs to.
Okay.
But yeah,
I am
get to
holding
safety.
2.
Go to the
Okay.
Guild of the Guiding Light, and I give her the map. If she probably knows where it is already, but I give her the map.
She has to take it in her teeth because she's holding 2 goblins, and she's like,
Wait,
"Oh
are there
yeah."
other people? There's other people there, right?
Yes, but you've all been handing this to her.
You guys help her out. What are you doing? Don't just stand there.
Her other sisters and her employees coming up to her and help her carry. Each of them takes a goblin, and then she's looking at them up. Okay. Please don't let my restaurant fall in on itself. See you.
I promise.
Bye. And starts to like sprint away in the direction that you've indicated roughly until she realizes she's going the wrong way, and then follows the map.
Okay, I go back down.
So they just rushed past Ray, sitting on a barrel.
Vincent did. Pam, I imagine, is still like right here.
So the worm is like coming close to us, right?
So
yeah.
I message Ashoka and I say, Ashoka, what's going on?
And I just respond. Vincent and Pam just showed up with 2 goblins. Vincent just ran up with the goblins, and I don't know where he said. He said he'll be back, but I'm staying here. The worm is apparently coming. I successfully summoned it. Now I'm gonna try to communicate with it once it arrives.
Okay, be careful.
Can I ask a question
Okay.
to the DM?
Yeah.
What kind of language does the worm speak?
Make a nature check.
Come on!
That's not how this works!
Okay. Nature check. I'm just thinking. Okay.
You never heard a worm speak in real life, or like ever, so follows. Maybe no.
A 12 made Vincent go up the ladder with 2 goblins. A 12 me nothing?
They don't speak a language.
Yeah.
Come on.
They have to do language. It can just,
Any language?
they have to be able to speak. So they could speak like.
That's what
Even
you're doing.
a natural 20 wouldn't have got them to suddenly be able to talk. I mean, come on.
You know, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna do my best.
Worms can't speak at all. They don't
At
even
this
have word
point-
language. Is
At
that-
this point, Ashoka doesn't know that. Okay, he's gonna give it a try. You're not supposed to be so pessimistic.
I'm on your side, Ashoka. I just want to know.
If
I
you're
will
on my
also
side, then
make-
you'll be supporting me.
Where do you?
Darius, your kids have just arrived back, and they're already yelling at each other about whether or not worms can speak.
Oh, I'm Pam. I can speak real language. Worms, I'm sure, can communicate in some way. How else are they gonna find out where the dirt
I'm
is?
agreeing with you. That's why I'm confused.
Roll a
Don't be
nature
confused.
check, Ashoka.
Don't be confused. Just watch. I'll prove it to you. Hang on. Let me roll this nature check.
I'm literally trying to
Watch,
find out
watch,
what language worms
watch,
speak, because
watch. Yeah.
Worms still don't speak a language.
At this point, hear me out. I can teach them a language.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Okay, fine. Then in this case, I'm gonna take the liberty to run away.
Ashoka, Pam,
No,
Darius.
Wait. I planned for this. If the language thing didn't work out, I'm gonna use my key-empowered strikes.
Roll dexterity saving throws. Gosh.
How do I do
Ashoka,
a
Pam,
saving
and
throw?
Darius. It's the one under the menu that says saving throws, so it's up in here. Oh my
Okay.
gosh, you guys.
Saving throws. Oh, okay. Oh, watch. Here we go. Yeah.
That's a natural 20 for
Oh, nice.
Ashoka. So, you feel the sudden shift in the vibration of the tunnel as the worm rushes past, and you somehow flatten yourself into the other tunnel that had partially collapsed before, and it just passes by you, but you still catch some of the dirt and such as it's making its way, but it doesn't get a full-on attack on you. So that'll be...
Can I attack it now?
You can try. Make a melee attack with... make a melee attack, because it's trying to rush past you.
Okay, I will do that as soon as you tell me how.
Okay. Okay. In my...
You've forgotten everything, haven't you?
What?
You've forgotten everything, haven't you, Victor?
Absolutely.
You go here, you can click on your unarmed strike.
I go where?
You open your character sheet, you go to where it says
Okay.
attacks and spellcasting, you can hit where it says unarmed strike.
Okay, click it. Bam. Mm.
It does not hit. You punch it,
Why-
and your
oh.
fist bounces back against it. Pam,
Does it punch me in the face as like reverberation?
No, but your knuckles
want
definitely hurt. Your knuckles
Aw.
definitely hurt. So, Pam, you make a dexterity saving throw. Darius, you made yours. You tried to get out of the way really quickly, and some of the area falls in on you. Okay, so this is just to see the stuff that lands on you guys, as opposed to really getting a full-on attack on you. So you take... Yes.
Even if I kiss the worm, it won't learn language.
You are not Starfire. No, it won't. Okay.
Okay.
Ashoka, you take 4 damage from debris. That's halved. That's halved from what it would have been. Calm
Why am
down.
I taking so much damage?
Because you're bad.
I thought I was a warrior monk. I thought I'm a terrible fighter, man. I gotta get skills.
We'll talk about that later. Darius and Pam, you take 11 damage because you failed your dexterity saving throws.
Oh.
Now that the worm has entered the room, we're all going to roll initiative.
Wait, so do I take away my...
Where do I decrease my health or whatever? Is that the hit point?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I take away 4?
Yes. And Darius and Pam take away 11. Everyone
Sure
roll
about
initiative.
I'm
Okay.
gonna die.
You're a healer.
Yeah, why haven't you healed me yet? What the heck?
Alright.
Okay.
Wait, initiative? Where's initiative?
Did you see mine? It said that it didn't go through.
It went
next to your
through.
armor class.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, no,
Okay.
I get it. Dang it!
Oh no. Well, the worm has to roll initiative too, so it might have gotten. I don't know. We'll see.
It can have initiative, but it can't have language.
Okay.
Initiative.
It's next to your armor class. Okay. And then I roll for this guy, who does awful. Okay, I have his stat sheet somewhere. I got so distracted by you yelling about whether or not worms can talk.
They can. I'll prove it someday.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
You know, there was a time when we believed the Earth was flat.
What?
I don't understand what you're talking about. Can we focus on the worm?
Shut up, old man.
Wow.
Where the heck is Bellman?
He's over here by the other entrance. He was there in case the worm was going to come through the other way, but he did not.
So how big is this worm exactly?
It is considered a gargantuan monstrosity. It is taking up a decent amount of space in this room, which
So, can I okay, so I want to try to keep it from coming up to the room, so I want to lure it away.
Nick, you're not going first.
Wait, what do you mean I'm not going first?
You rolled low initiative. You rolled a 5.
I'm not saying what I want to do. I'm just saying that we got to get it out of the house area. I'm just pointing out the obvious, Natalie. I mean, Pam? Poncho? I don't know. I'm just yelling at whoever I have to.
Oh.
Helen and Pam go at the same time at 15, and then it's Darius with 14, and then it's...
When I click on the map, does it ping? Like.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, cool. I'm clicking. Is it doing anything?
I don't see anything.
Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
okay.
That. And then you, Ashoka, equals
When does
5.
it go?
You don't get to know that until we start the turn. Vincent and Pam, you start first.
Wait, does the worm attack before me?
You don't get to... Okay, you're new to D&D. You don't know how this works. You don't get to know that.
For me. I'm not saying for me.
I know that you are. You still don't get to know.
Oh, dang, this worm is OP.
It's
so
that-
the worm is still in the tunnel?
It's starting to come out of it. It kind of pushed Ashoka into a sidewall that's past beyond what you can, like, see. That's why it's overlapping. And I'm trying to make it make sense. Okay.
Okay. So the idea is that it's in this general area? Like.
Yeah. So if you see the purple square, that's where the head of the worm is starting to be. Well, actually, I think it doesn't take up that space. Yeah.
This worm is incredible.
So, Vincent and Pam, you guys go at the same time. Each two decide who among you goes first.
I think you should make a noise again and get it to come out of the ground.
Wait, why'd you do that?
So we can find it.
It's gonna destroy this person's house, business.
Can
I'm
I?
so sick.
It's
If
just
I'm
gonna be in the
going first-
basement area.
If I'm going first, can I cast banishment and get it out of here?
Where are you gonna banish it to?
It goes to a harmless demi-plane. It doesn't. If it's from this plane of existence, it goes to a harmless demi-plane.
You mean Canada?
You can try. It's a possibility. Do you want to do that? I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, how long does... Let me check the spell.
I'm going to banish it. Okay, so we have two options. If it's from this plane of existence, then it'll come back after a minute. But if it's not from this plane of existence, then it can stay gone. That's how I'm understanding it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, if it is from this plane of existence, then we have a minute to prepare ourselves to fight it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, it just stays gone forever.
Uh-huh.
We have a minute to figure out its language.
Or can it stay gone regardless of if it's from here or not?
No, it has to be from a different plane of existence for it to stay away.
Okay.
Yeah. It would
we
be
have-
pretty
it's a
OP
gamble.
if you could just like make everything disappear.
Okay.
This is a gamble, but we can try. We can at least have
Yeah,
a
I
minute
mean,
to
might as
prepare
well.
ourselves to fight it. Okay?
Wait a second. Okay. Okay. This is completely like technically not related. I'm just kind of curious, like, so if we as players, not like us, but like our character players, if you were to cast out on one of us, since we're technically from a different dimension, would we like be able to leave? I know we don't technically want to because we want to find Oliver,
I'm
but
getting that.
Interesting.
Interesting. I'm pretty powerful, bro.
Interesting.
did I just win the game?
Okay, we're not thinking about this right now. We're dealing with this giant monstrosity of a worm.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast banishment it'll give us some sort of advantage.
Okay, what's your saving throw? What's your spell save DC?
18.
Okay, so it has to make a charisma saving throw or else be banished. Let's see what it gets. 10 minus 3 for 7. Nope. It boop, is gone.
Okay, so I relay all the information to them and I tell them that we have a minute before it comes back, possibly. Unless it was
Okay,
here at all. So how
I
do we
get
prepare
closer to
ourselves?
everyone.
Huh?
I get closer to everyone.
Okay.
Oh, that's sweet.
Who has the lowest health?
Probably me. I have 30.
Can I just touch all of them and give them all health?
Well, how much lay on hands points do you have left? You gave 2 to Bino.
Uh-huh. So, I have a pool. I can restore a total number of hit points equal to my paladin times 5.
Paladin times 5?
That's what it says. Equal to your paladin times 5.
Paladin level times
That's a
5?
lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's right. Let me double check that real quick.
This
What
is-
else is...
I
Pardon, I'm
will-
sorry?
This does not count as our minute, right?
We can talk for a second. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, if you start, healing us, then it'll count.
Mhm.
I can also do cure wounds, so...
It's up to you guys what you want to do. Darius, what do you want to be doing?
I'm getting ready my cube of daggers.
Okay, where are you placing it?
Where the worm's nose was.
Okay, cube of daggers.
Where you look.
So roughly
Okay.
here. What does that do?
It fills that cube with daggers.
Can I, just real quick, can I perform cure wounds on everybody?
Cure wounds itself is a one. You can spend multiple slots and cast it on multiple people. Base cure wounds by itself is on one person.
Okay, Okay, can I do the first thing?
How many? What level is Cure Wounds, and how many spell slots of that level do you have?
I don't know.
Lay on Hands does say your paladin level times
It does.
5.
It's 5 times your paladin level. I was checking that too. So you could also do that.
How do I tell what my spell slot is?
Okay. Let's look. It's okay.
Ah, these spells.
So slots total, you have 4 single level spell slots. You have 3 second level. You have 3 third level. You have 1 fourth level. That's up here.
So can I just do lay on hands then?
Yeah, you can do lay on hands. How many? So you have 5 times 13. So 65 points of lay on hands. You can distribute it to whoever needs it.
So how many can I give them? However many I want?
Yeah.
Out of 65?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, he wants health, boys.
Me.
Okay, what is each of your hit point at?
30.
Okay, Ashoka, I'm giving you. Can I give him 20?
How many? What's your max HP, Ashoka?
My max? 46.
Oh.
So no, you can give him 16.
Oh, what?
Wait, so what is he at? He's at 30? 30?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna give you 16.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
Alright, Vincent, what are you at?
I am at full HP.
Full HP? Okay, you're fine. Wait, didn't you get hit?
How did you get full HP?
Did I? What, did I get hit?
I guess not.
No.
Darius, do you need hit?
Granny, do you remember if I got
I
hit?
need
I didn't think I
14.
did.
You need some?
I need 14 back.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Touch.
Thanks.
Can I
And-
Heal yourself too.
Yes, you can use it on yourself. What's Cube of Daggers, Dad? I don't see that spell.
Okay, so that's 16 plus 14.
That's my bedroom.
I believe it.
I currently have 5 knives with me at the desk I'm sitting at.
There's Cube of Force.
24
Is there-
points left.
Wall of Daggers. Cordon of Arrows. Okay, so you guys, Pam healing you would have taken a round each, so that's roughly 30 seconds. Well, that's how many? 1, 2, 3. No, that's not 30. That's like 18 seconds.
Can my mist stance turn other things into a gaseous form other than myself?
Let me double check. Welcome to D&D Combat, where you have to know the things that you have.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like running around this empty space, just like.
Panicking.
Yeah.
Mist stance. What does your ability say on that? It lets you cast what spell, Ashoka?
It says you can spend 4 key points to cast gaseous form, targeting yourself.
So you can only target yourself with that.
What if I, never mind. It's just not worth it.
Sorry, I hear you guys starting to try to beg things as opposed to just trying to use the stuff you have that can do
how
this.
How much
Yes.
total HP does everyone have? Just like separately. How much overall HP do you have?
63.
Okay, I'm gonna stay next to Darius. I have an ability called overall HP do you have?
63.
Okay, I'm gonna stay next to Darius. I have an ability called my fighter skill is
Protection fighting.
which means they have disadvantage on attack rolls when attacking someone that I'm within 5 feet of. So if he tries to attack Darius, then I can make him have disadvantage on that attack.
Yeah, Darius, what was that spell you're trying to
So I'm gonna
cast?
get right next to Darius.
Okay, I don't see Cube of Daggers, Darius.
Okay.
What spell were you trying to cast?
I'm good. Oh, I'm sorry. It's called Cloud of Daggers.
Cloud of Daggers. Okay.
ABC.
You fill a 5-foot cube with daggers. A creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the area.
Ooh.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty neat.
Oh well, so it doesn't even. There's no save against it. It just happens. Not bad. Okay,
Wow.
wizards, man. So you wanted it to be roughly here.
Yeah, I guess where his nose was.
Yeah, roughly there. What were you going to ask?
It says at higher levels the damage increases by 2d4 for each slot level above second. So
Yeah.
can I say that it's a 5-level one?
If you still have a 5th level slot yet, yes, yes, you can.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Right?
so yeah. So right now it's the 2nd level, 3rd, 4th, 5th. So that's an extra 6d4. So it's 10d4 slashing damage.
All right, cool.
10d4
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Don't start without.
Okay.
What else should I do?
I'm ready to defeat this worm.
What?
I said I'm ready to defeat this worm.
If it comes back.
Holding actions is a thing, right?
Yes, it is. I'm assuming that's what all you're doing. You're like holding your actions until this thing comes back. Since you have a full minute, you also have like a round to prepare. Bellman is also going to get up in here and prepare and hold an attack. And this gives me a second to get to his character sheet.
What happens if I put my sword where the worm's gonna, like, pop back into existence?
Wow, that's like shifty work, Max.
You can. That wouldn't really work. That would no. You would like clang off of it. No. You can hold an
Yeah,
attack for when it comes back.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it was worth asking.
You know what, Max?
Mhm.
I lost 5 respect points towards you.
What? Why?
Because you're just gonna stab like an unprepared worm.
Can anybody make bombs?
I love you.
You know, if we can make bombs, and when the worm opens up its giant mouth, we can just throw the bombs in there.
I mean, that's true, but I don't think any of us know how to make bombs.
Oh, let's.
I think I have a great plan for something similar to that.
Okay. You gonna throw yourself in the worm?
Don't worry about it. Just wait and see.
Please don't throw yourself into the worm.
I have really bad initiatives, so you gotta wait. But just when it happens, man, it's gonna happen.
Yeah,
Darius
when this
might have a explosive spell.
When this thing comes back into existence, you guys all get to kind of attack it at once, since it's a surprise round essentially. Since you're pairing, Pam, what are you gonna hold an attack or anything? Hold a spell? What would you like? When it comes back into existence, what do you want it to happen?
Can I cast Branding Smite?
Branding Smite. What does that do?
It if I hit it with an attack weapon, I can deal an extra 2d6 radiant damage.
Sure. Which weapon are you putting that on? So you're holding an attack with that weapon, enhanced with Branding Smite. What weapon?
Whip, boy.
Okay, so you're holding an attack with your whip plus Branding Smite. Darius has got his Cloud of Daggers, which is 10d4.
And I'm rubbing my Rod of Lordly Might, too.
You just have
in
it
my hand.
in your hand. Okay. Vincent, are you holding an attack? You're going to attack it as soon as it shows up. Ashoka, what are you holding? What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
You have to tell me, because I'm the done. You have to tell me.
It's true. I'm going to. So for my mist stance, I'm still on that. Can I turn myself to a noxious gas?
Oh my god.
Let me
Well, be
check.
careful around us.
Because if I can, I'm just gonna go enter the lungs of the worm. Even if I can't become noxious gas, I'm still gonna enter the worm and then condense back into my solid form and just attack it from the inside.
You can try. Yes.
It's not a matter of trying, it's a matter of doing.
Who here is attacking with a weapon?
Me.
I am a weapon.
Bellman is as well.
Bellman, is Darius?
No, he's got his spell up.
Is Vincent?
Yes.
but I
Yes.
have my weapon ready.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could also cast Crusader's Mantle, which gives us all extra radiant damage if we attack with a weapon.
If I can
might as
enter the
well.
worm, that sounds awful. If I can gaseously enter the worm successfully, then I will attack with a weapon probably.
Okay, I'll save it then.
Okay. Maybe not though, because I might do like, something else. We'll see.
Okay, I'll just save it though.
Okay.
Be careful, Ashoka. Remember, the thing's got a stinger on the tail.
That's true.
I'll be virtually invincible, I guess, as a gas until I fade away. So long as I can get inside that worm, you guys don't have to make it weird.
I mean, you already made it weird.
Listen,
You're the one who wants to enter the worm so bad. Don't bring us
I want to defeat the worm. If I can't talk to it, I'll just defeat it. That's my philosophy. If I can't talk with you, because I can't understand your language, never mind.
Okay, you guys ready? Pam, is your weapon a reach weapon?
Reach? Let's see.
Does it have a? Is it 10 feet or 5 feet range?
It's definitely reach.
So then, yeah, it's 10 feet.
I don't know. Huh?
If it's reach, it's 10 feet. You're good. Okay.
Okay.
So after you wait for the rest of this minute to end, and then back into existence.
Why did you move Darius behind Helwyn?
Because it's advantageous for him to be there. But if you don't want to be there, you don't have to be. Tell me where you want to be.
That's fine. Just so I can...
Would you rather be here?
Yes, as long as I can shoot my rod of lovely might if I have to. I don't want to hit Helwyn.
Okay.
Wait, where's Ashoka?
Ashoka is still pressed up against the wall of the tunnel.
Oh, okay.
It's back already?
Pardon?
It's back already?
I'm saying this is the end of the minute, and then...
Oh wait, Ashoka, do you want to move back in within the minute? Because I think that would
thought I
be...
was already here, if I'm being honest.
Look at the map. Tell me what you want me to do with your body.
Yeah, I want my... Well, technically I want my body inside the worm, but that's later. That's fine. That's good.
Okay. Okay. It's to Betsy, you guys. Okay. Okay. And then the minute you can kind of wait, all kind of tense, just maybe it's... Okay. There it goes. So it immediately takes 10d4 slashing damage. So Darius, you roll that.
Alright.
I couldn't help.
Come on.
Let me know if you need me to roll it for you.
No, I can do it. I just slow, you know.
No worries.
10 D4. Is that correct?
Yep.
Well, that's not very much.
Hey, it's still...
23 is a pretty big amount.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so immediately it cries out as it starts getting cut up by your cube. And then everybody else gets to make attacks on it. So, Helwyn, you go ahead and attack. Pam, you go ahead and attack. Bellman is going to attack.
So how do I just do a d20, right, you said?
Roll with your whip, whatever bonus your whip has, and then you can add your branding smite after for your damage. That definitely hits for Bellman. So that's 2d6 plus 3. So he strikes out with his greatsword, hacks into the side of the worm. 9 plus 3 is 12.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what do I do?
So where your whip is on your character sheet, click that and roll with it. So whip, reach, finesse, you have plus 3 to attack with it. You got a natural 20, So that means you double the damage dice, which includes your brandishing smite. So any dice that you have for your roll, go ahead and roll that for your damage, and then we'll times it by 2.
Give me a second. I accidentally
2d6.
did something that I
Okay.
shouldn't do.
So 9, so 18, and then do you have any bonuses with your regular whip? What's your regular whip damage?
Damage is 1d4.
So roll 1d4 and then double that as well. So 2, 4. So 18 plus 4 is 22. Minus 22. Hellwind, you also hit, so go ahead and roll damage.
Alright.
I really hit, didn't I? Ooh. Yeah, boy.
So your whip cracks out, smacks into the side of the worm. As the holy light brushes into the side of it. And that's 12 for Hellwind as your sword lashes in. Okay, so I have to do math. Okay. Who else? Ashoka, were you holding? What are you doing?
As soon as the worm appears, I enter my gaseous form.
Okay.
Where do we stand on the noxious side of it?
Roll an intelligence check.
Okay. Thank the Lord, I'm so smart. Where is it? Found it. Okay. Bam. Bam.
That's a natural
Oh
one.
no.
Okay, I still enter my gaseous form.
You're convinced you're noxious. You think this is the best plan. Okay, so you transformed yourself, along with everything you're wearing and carrying, into a misty cloud for the duration. The spell ends if you drop to your 0 hit points. An incorporeal creature isn't affected. While in this form, the target's only method of movement is flying speed of 10 feet. The target can enter and occupy the space of another creature. The target has resistance to non-magical damage, and it has advantage on strength, dexterity, and constitution saving throws. Target can pass through small holes, narrow openings, or even mere cracks, though it treats liquids as though they were solid surfaces. The target can't fall and remains hovering in the air even when stunned or otherwise incapacitated. While in the form of a misty cloud, the target can't talk or manipulate objects, and any objects it was carrying or holding can be dropped, used, or otherwise interacted with. The target can't attack or cast spells.
Okay, that's totally fine. Can I fly over to the worm and just enter through its gaping mouth?
Make a dexterity check. Oh wait,
Please work. Please work. Please work. Oh no, this isn't gonna work.
You can do it.
So you're currently occupying the same space as the worm.
That's hilarious.
And I don't know how to make you show up. So you're on top of the worm. And you didn't manage to make it inside the worm. As it's just come up, its mouth was closed in an attempt to try and understand what was happening to it. You can't find any necessary cracks that are on top of it. Make a dexterity saving throw as you're trying to rush toward the... Well, yeah. No, we're not going to do that. You're not going to rush through Darius's cloud of daggers. Okay. So you're hovering above the worm.
Okay, so I'm just gonna keep waiting there until I ever get a chance for it to open its mouth.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna hang around it.
Okay.
So as of right now, am I like not gonna be damaged by anybody else's attacks? Since I'm just missed.
Yeah, so long
Yeah,
it can
why
still
can't
try
he
to
go
attack
through
you. Pardon?
Why can't he go through my cloud of daggers? It won't hurt him.
It has resistance to non-magical damage. So your damage is technically magical because it's a spell. So it would still hurt him.
Okay.
I was saying that to be merciful.
Much appreciated.
So with the surprise round, the worm takes a lot of damage and goes... and starts hissing and looking at all of you now, understanding the situation that it's in, and we return to the original turn order. So, Pam, Hellwind, it's your turn. You guys decide who wants to go first.
You can go first. again since you went first last time.
Okay. So if I cast Crusader's Mantle, is that my action?
Whatever the spell says, it may be an action or a bonus action. Let me double check. Casting time is 1 action. Yes. Well, in the aura,
And then I can't hit after that?
unless you have a bonus action attack, no.
Okay. So I just cast that, so if you guys use a weapon attack, then you have an extra 1d4 radiant damage.
Okay. So you cast Crusader's Mantle in a space of 30 feet around you. So pretty much everyone here.
We are all emboldened. We all feel powerful.
I'm a powerful mist.
Yeah, I do feel powerful. Wait, what is that? What does it do for our attacks?
It grants you an extra 1d4.
Ooh, cool. Okay.
1d4 damage. Okay. So that's Pam's turn. Vincent, what are you doing?
Okay. I am going to attack.
Mm-hmm.
And then with that attack, I don't know how I'm supposed to state this, but with that attack, I'm going to use Commander's Strike.
Okay.
And it says you can forego one of your attacks and use a bonus action to direct one of your companions to strike. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you and expend 1 superiority die. That creature can immediately use its reaction to make 1 weapon attack, adding the superiority die to the attack's damage roll.
Okay, so
I'm going to...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
You go ahead and roll for... You get 3 attacks on your turn, so go ahead and roll for each of those to see if they hit. And then your bonus action is to tell someone else to attack. Who are you going to tell to attack?
I believe it's a full action to use this.
Is it?
So I'm only attacking twice. I think so. It says when you take the attack action on your turn, you can forego one of your attacks and use a bonus action.
Okay.
So I'm only attacking twice.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have Darius attack him as well.
Okay.
So, I will roll 2 longsword attacks. Make it easier.
Okay, go ahead and roll your other attack as well.
Okay.
We need battle music. I need to figure out how to do that. Both hit.
Yes.
If that's copyrighted, don't do that. Both hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right. So each of them are going to have plus 1d4?
Yes, because of the radiant damage that Pam is doing. Pam, you're also currently concentrating. So you have to, if you take damage, you have to make a concentration check on the spell, and you can't cast another concentration spell right now.
Let me make sure I'm doing this right.
Okay.
So I would do 1d8 plus 1d4 plus 5?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. That was
Wow.
a terrible roll. Okay. But I attacked a second time, so...
Go ahead and do that again.
4, 5...
Nice.
Slightly better.
So that's your turn, Darius. He's granted you an immediate melee attack on this guy, so go ahead and roll an attack. You said you have your Rod of Lordly Might out.
Oh wait, it's a melee attack?
Isn't it?
Let me check. You're probably right, but I wasn't paying close enough attention.
So, did Vincent use his extra 1d4?
He did, yes.
Okay.
Yes. When you attack direct one of your companions to strike. So yeah, I'm assuming that it means a melee attack. Yeah, that creature can immediately use its reaction to make 1 weapon attack. So I'm going to instead,
Well, Darius has a melee. He has his Rod of Lordly Might out. Do you know how to attack with it, Darius?
That's true.
Yes, I'm going to aim it at him so that it programs it to reach the wall on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Ashoka's gas farm, so it won't hurt him, right?
he'll have resistance to the damage, but he's also floating above the worm. So if you aim it properly, you're still have to gonna roll to hit with it. But yes.
Okay. So there we go. So how do I do the?
Okay, so roll. I'll consider this a finesse weapon. Roll 1d20 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength or dex, which are both 0. So roll 1d20 plus your proficiency bonus to see if it hits.
Okay. Now let me find my proficiency bonus.
I think it's +4 or +5.
Where is it on the thing?
Here. It's up here at the top. It's +4. It's right under where it says inspiration.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does 17 hit?
17 unfortunately does not hit, so you aim it just right, but you're trying too hard to get it to miss Ashoka, and it just ding clings off the other wall. What does your rod do when it is stuck to a wall?
It's just stuck there until I release it.
Okay, so you have a rod of lordly might. That is from you.
Okay, so now it's my attack.
Not just yet. So that was your reaction. That was your reaction that Hellwind gave you. Oh, it is your turn. Is next to your turn in the initiative order. Okay, because you got a 14. Okay, what would you like to do?
I think I would like to hit this worm with a ray of frost.
Okay, I believe you have to roll with your spell attack bonus to do that. So go ahead and do so.
I'm sorry. Roll what?
Run d20 plus your spell attack bonus. I believe that's how it works.
+9.
Let me double check to make sure that is how that works. Ray of Frost. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is it 9?
Yes, your spell, I believe that is your spell attack modifier, because it's your intelligence plus your proficiency, which is 9. So roll 1d20 plus 9. I believe also if you click on the spell, it will just roll it for you. You can try. Oh, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll your damage. So that's 1d8 of cold damage, and its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn.
Oh.
Didn't he also get the D4?
That wasn't with a melee weapon, that was a spell.
Well, for mine?
2d8.
He was doing a spell?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll your 2d8 damage.
But before with the rod of lordly might, didn't I get some kind of increase from Pam's sphere?
You didn't get an increase to hit, you got an increase to damage if you did hit, but you didn't. So. Okay. So 11 damage of cold. You see sort of this like Darius brings out his hands and sends out a ray of cold energy that slams into the side of the worm where you see ice crystal starts to form and goes "Aah!" And it is
Could you say that Ray used a ray?
Yes. Yes, you can. And now it's the worm's turn.
So the worm does go before me. Just open up your mouth, worm.
No, there's somebody after me before the worm doing that.
Who? Not according to my initiative order. Helen and Pam both got 15. You got 14. The worm got 9. Ashoka got 8. And Bellman got 4.
Oh, Lord.
Worm's turn.
That's right. Okay. So it's the worm's turn. He's going to move ahead and, let's see. The last person who hurt him. So far, the first person who did the... You're right in front of him, Pam.
Yeah.
And he's just continuing his path. He's going to attack you with his bite attack. And then his stinger attack is going to whip around and try to get Bellman because that's advantageous to him. So it's going to be a 26 to hit for Pam. And
Oh my gosh.
a 19 to hit for Bellman, which just hits him. So, okay, let's do Pam's first. 3d8 plus 9.
Is that my rod of lordly might? That's that purple line.
Yes.
So did he swim through it, or what? What did he do?
Well, you had missed him before. It had angled slightly up, and when you're trying to miss Ashoka, so he's kind of like limboing under it, and his tail is whipping around at the back. When you like retract it and try to get it again, you can try to get it in him, and then he'll have to like pull through it. Okay, so. Okay, 6 less. So you take 15 piercing damage, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Okay, no. So as it reaches out to bite you, you are swallowed by the worm.
Oh.
You are blinded and restrained. And at the start of the worm's next turn, some stuff happens. Okay, and the tail stinger does 3d6 plus 9, 2, 7, 8, 9, 18 points to Bellman. Okay. And he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
I can't believe that Ashoka
which
wanted to be in the worm, and now I'm in the worm.
Yeah.
Oh, Pam was swallowed by the worm.
Yeah, she's blind and restrained. Oof. And it takes and he fails his Constitution save, so he takes 42 poison damage.
Whoa.
How many does he have left?
Who gets Bellman?
Yeah, Bellman, the tail swipes around and stings him in the neck, and he kind of falls to his knees for a second, and you see this like kind of pussy green-looking poison shoot into his neck and fall through the veins of his body. And then it's going to its movement speed was reduced by 10, so instead of 50, it can move forward. It already moved 10, so it's going to just kind of stay here and turn a little. Oh, I believe it actually, at the start of its turn, doesn't have to do something with your cloud of knives, Darius. Let me double check.
What's the question?
Your cloud of knives does something at the beginning of its turn, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just the first time it goes through it. I don't think anything in it anymore.
When it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there. It started its turn there. So it's still...
Oh, awesome.
It takes another 10d4 slashing damage. So roll that again. And that is a concentration spell, so you're also concentrating.
That's better.
So you do 24 more damage with your cube. So it's actually going to use what's left of its movement to get out of that cube. And Pam is now inside it. So, Pam, I need you to make a... What spell were you concentrating on?
Crusader's Mantle.
Okay. However much damage you have, make a Constitution saving throw, with the DC being half of the damage you took.
So I took 14, right?
Yeah. So you took, it was more than that. It was like 15. So that would be halved, would be 8. So the actual DC is 10 because no DC is lower than 10. So make a quick Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Ooh.
Which you fail, so you lose concentration on your extra D4 buff.
No.
Okay.
Can I still I can still do something, right?
It's not your turn yet. You will see when it is your turn. Ashoka, it's now your turn. You're floating above where the worm was.
Okay. Could I enter the worm's mouth when it swallowed Pam?
I will give you a chance to do that if you want to make a dexterity check as your reaction to it moving away from you.
Okay. This wasn't great last time, so let's give it a try now.
Unfortunately, you're not fast enough to move into the creature's mouth while Pam is being swallowed up. She's taking up all of the space of the mouth, and you're like, come on, that was my job. I wanted to be inside the worm.
Okay. Are there no other sort of orifices that I could enter?
Not that you can currently see. No.
Hmm.
Or actually, you know what? Make an investigation check at disadvantage. Because you're a
At
cloud of
disadvantage?
gas.
How do I do
Because
disadvantage?
Roll twice, take the lower.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Oh.
Unfortunately, you do not currently see any other orifices of the worm through which to enter. That is your turn, unless you would like to move.
No, I'm pretty committed to this bit, so
Uh-huh.
that's probably gonna be my turn.
Okay. In that case, it is Bellman's turn. He's going to stand up, get back on his feet. Oh, man. Not a fan of that. I can tell you that right now. Alright, buddy.
Very calm.
He's gonna get back in on this guy. Use his movement to go around your cloud of daggers and make another great sword strike. First, he's going to... oh, wait, that's an action. What happened?
What?
Roll 20 just, closed for me.
Oh no. Yeah, you disappeared.
Come back.
But we're all still in there, so.
Okay. Ah!
Okay. Welcome back.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so he's gonna go ahead and make 3 attacks on the worm with his sword. That one won't hit. That one just hits. That one also just hits. So 2 of them hit. So that's gonna be 10, 13, 9, 12, 25 points of slashing damage to the worm. So he starts to get inside, which isn't quite enough to make it try to gag you out. But it's close. And that's about all he's going to do. He's going to move back slightly at the end of his turn. Bellman. I just want to move Bellman. Or he's going to stay there because I can't figure out how to get him to not move with the worm now. Okay. And with that,
Bellman is physically attached to them.
Pam, it's your and Vincent's turn because you rolled the same initiative order. You are currently...
can I cast Hellish Rebuke?
You can do that as a reaction when it does damage to you, so we'll say that happened last turn. Go ahead and do that.
So I could have done that immediately?
It was a reaction whenever you take damage. You can do it, I think, once per day as a tiefling.
Huh. Okay, so I cast Hellish Rebuke.
dexterity saving throw. It takes 2d10 fire damage. So dexterity save for this guy as he's swallowing you fails. So he takes 2d10 fire damage. So go ahead and roll 2d10. What spell slot were you casting at? 19. Okay, that's fine. So minus 19 fire damage on its hide. Now it's your turn inside of the worm.
Oh, okay. Can I reach my dagger?
Let's see. Blinded and restrained. Let me check what restrained is. The status effect. Apologize. I am trying to... Didn't expect you to get swallowed so quickly.
This is one mighty tough worm.
Yeah. It indeed is. Okay. Okay, you can attack with your dagger with disadvantage. Roll twice, take the lower.
Well,
Unfortunately, yes, unfortunately both of those miss, as even its insides have this kind of thick, hide-like force to them, and as the metastasis of the neck is trying to slowly bring you in, you're frustrated that you can't quite get your dagger all the way out. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
I don't know if there's anything else I can do.
Okay, is your lay on hand... Okay.
Can I cast dark vision?
You already, as a tiefling, I think you already have dark vision. You're just blinded. You can't see because you're swallowed by a thing. If you could see, you could still see nothing because you're swallowed by a thing.
Okay. Can I pray?
You can make a wisdom check. Bonus action pray. I'll accept it.
Oh.
You start to kind of pray in the back of your head, just as kind of like, please, please, please. And then that same kind of... from earlier hits the back of your head again. Hellwind, it's your turn.
Alright. As Hellwind sees Pam, his closest ally, get swallowed by this worm, his Hellwind and his instincts completely take over. There is little to no Harrison left in him. And he uses first his action surge, giving him one extra action, which is to activate the Mask of the Lion.
Okay. Alright, let's do this. Let's figure out how this is gonna go. Okay.
Gotta happen eventually.
True. I thought it might today. Okay. So.
Can I describe how it looks?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Alright, so, with this mask on, it's like a black lion mask that covers about, like, the top half of his face, and, has some, like, black mane kind of coming off the back, with the eyes already, like, slight blue fire coming off of them. As you see something snap in him, this blue fire starts to spread across the mask, and around the rest of his head, and he gives out this, like, it's like a lion's roar, while at the same time being like cries from a human male, and it's just like that, those noises combine, and he just gives out this roar, and then like gets battle ready. And I'm just gonna attack him.
Well, let's go ahead and make your contested rolls with the mask first. So go ahead and roll straight up and down d20. The DC you have to beat is lower than its currently, so.
Okay. Hold on. Based on where I am, technically, am I within 5 feet of the worm?
You could reach across and get to it.
Okay. Because part part of my instinct gives me advantage on my contested throws when I'm within 5 feet of Pam, who is currently swallowed by the worm.
Well, am I gonna let that slide? She's in a worm.
Yes.
Usually. Okay, fine. I'll let it slide. You have advantage.
Okay. So just a straight d20?
Just straight up and down d20, yeah. With advantage.
Okay. Well, 11. Does that beat?
Okay. So as you put on the mask and immediately it starts to try and grip you for the power you're about to deal, you're like, no. I know how this is going. And you get to decide, at least on this first turn, where it's going to go. So go ahead and make your attacks.
Alright. So, how does this work? So
Roll
it has +2 and an extra 1d12 necrotic damage, as well as an extra 1d12 fire damage?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's do this.
So roll your regular greatsword and then add +2 to hit.
Okay. I also have advantage on all of my attack rolls because Pam is within 5 feet of the worm.
This is ridiculous. I have to fix this later, but it's how it is now, so go ahead and go with it.
Dang it. Okay. Okay.
You don't get the poisoning raging sword of doom in episode 1, my dude. That's a natural 20. So that means all your damage dice are doubled. Okay. So go ahead and roll your damage, including your extra d12s, and then double it.
Should I roll my last attack roll first?
Oh, right. You get... How many attacks do you get? You still get 3 attacks. Because...
Yes.
This is
And
broken.
all of them have advantage.
This is broken. I'm never letting you do this when she's inside the worm again. Go ahead and roll.
Dang. Okay, so first attack hits, second attack hits because of advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm assuming.
With the 25, yeah, that hits. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I roll 1d8 plus 2d12s.
So, yeah, roll that first and then double the dice damage and then add your modifier on top of that.
Okay.
You get cool powers, you have to do math.
How do I just double it by doing the math? Or
Yes.
Is there a way to actually do that?
No, you just roll the dice and then we double it.
12 plus 5, right? Just from...
Don't do the modifier yet. You do the modifier after we'll double it.
Okay.
1d8.
5, right? Just from...
Don't do the modifier yet. You do the modifier after we'll double it.
Okay.
1d8 plus 2d12. So 12 doubled is 24 plus 5, so 29, and that's your first attack.
Okay. And the other ones I can just add the plus 5, right?
Yes.
Wait, is it plus 7 now? Because it says...
No, that's
it
just to
also
hit.
adds +2.
That's just plus 2 to hit.
Okay. Just
Max.
checking. I'm trying to get as much bang for my buck as I can.
I understand. I'm here to temper that. Okay, so that's 29
Okay.
minus 18, and then go ahead and do your last damage.
All right.
Okay. So you all watch as Vincent, who has previously seemed like it's your friend Harrison in Vincent. He's having some trouble thinking because Vincent was never the smartest character. And then when Pam gets swallowed, when his friend actually disappears from his sight, he just breaks. And his head is on fire, his sword is on fire, and he turns into he's like an animal. And he just, as the worm cries out, and because you did that much damage to it in a single turn, I believe it actually has to spit Pam out. Let me double check that. Okay. It's a DC 21 Constitution saving throw. which it fails. So after you attack it like this, Hellwind, you watch as it goes, and Pam is spit out 10 feet prone over here by where the original burn was, as her spell had faded.
That is going to be the end of my turn, I think.
Uh-huh.
Let me make sure.
You think.
If there's anything else I can do. I think that's all.
Yeah. So, with that... Come on, behave. And it kind of catches you all off guard, because not only... you can tell that Harrison isn't in his right mind right now, and not only is it your characters, but it's your travelers as well that are just like, oh, this is another step of this being real. Beyond seeing wild creatures, beyond seeing fantasy races and magic, this is seeing someone who is your friend just completely turn into, this is a thing that's real in this world, and we need to watch out for it. And with that, Darius, it's your turn.
Okay, so I have a question. So I can take my rod of early right, right?
Yes.
I don't think I can miss from this range, can I?
It's pretty, like, close up.
Yeah.
You're also right in front of the worm.
Yeah. So, do I get to do something with the rod and then cast a spell, or does one preclude the other?
To make an attack is your action. To cast a spell is usually going to be an action unless the spell itself says it's a bonus. I think, check on your Cloud of Daggers. You may be able to move it as a bonus action. Other than that, I am not sure.
I don't know where it does that. Says that.
No, it doesn't say anything about being able to move it. So I think to attack would either be to use your full action would be to probably cast a spell or to attack. Unless something specifically says in the spell or on your Rod of Lordly Might that you can do something as a bonus.
I don't know. I never looked up the. Never wrote down the Rod of Lordly Might.
I have it open for you. Alt tab, my dude.
Alt tab. Oh.
So Pam, you're currently lying prone on the ground. So being prone means that you're basically flat on your back. You'd have to use half your movement to get up, and then when it comes back around to your turn, you could do something.
Okay.
Pretty good that he got you to spit. You imagine starting to feel some of the like heat and something gurgling in the stomach of this worm. You get the feeling it was probably pretty good. Helen got him to spit you out.
Okay, so I'm going to take the Rod of Lordly Might
Mm-hmm.
at the worm and shoot it through till it sticks into the wall on the other side.
Okay, so you wait for a moment until his mouth is open, just kind of, and then
I
you.
don't care if his mouth is open or not.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and roll your attack with your Rod of Lordly Might. So just 1d20 plus your proficiency bonus.
And that was +9.
Yes. Well, no, that's your spellcasting attack modifier. Your proficiency bonus on its own is +4. It's alright. We're all learning. Oh, that's a natural one.
No.
So you go to throw your rod into the worm, and it somehow slips in your grasp and gets into Bellman. But it still doesn't manage to hit him. It just like swips past his shoulder by his neck, and you see it catch some of his silver hair on the end, and he kind of looks it back at you and looks at you and goes, What did I do? I'm sorry, I guess. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Would you like to move?
Sure. Let's just step back a little bit.
Okay.
So is the worm still in the cloud of daggers? It looks like he's still in it partway, right?
It moved. That's just because I'm bad at moving things. It moved out of the cloud of daggers with the last of its movement. So your rod of lordly might is right here. Is that the end of your turn?
I don't know. Can I do something else?
If you have anything you can do as a bonus action written on your sheet or that you're aware of, yes. If not, no.
Where do I have bonus actions?
It's usually within the context of a spell or a specific action. I don't think you have one right now. With that being the end of your turn, it is once again the worm's turn. And seeing the creature that just did it a ton of damage is going to turn and come for you, Hellwind. So it's going to... And it's going to use the back of its form to swing around and attack Pam with its tail. Okay, so... bite attack to Hellwind. Bring it. Boy! That's a natural one on the tail towards
Yes.
Pam. So
Wait, what?
that's a...
You said it was the bite attack.
Come
No,
on.
I
didn't. Fine.
I rolled 2 at the same time. That one was for the tail. This one was for the bite.
Okay, I see.
Yes. And then this one is 27 for your bite attack.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't.
Does hit.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Well.
Which you fail, so you are swallowed by the worm as you take 16 points of piercing damage from its teeth. And you are...
This might just be worse for it. 'Cause it means I literally can't attack anything else.
Mayhaps. So... So it does that, swallows you, and is going to use the rest of its movement, so it was like 10 feet of movement, to make its way over to here as it's going to start to try to leave, but it can't quite make it. So its tail is right in there. And that is the end of its turn. Yeah. It is now Ashoka's turn. Ashoka, your gas?
Wait, hang on. I think it's just one creature touch. Okay. Was there at any point during any of that I could have gone inside the worm?
Make a dexterity check with advantage, I suppose.
Advantage?
Yeah.
Make
So you
2?
try to use your make a dexterity check with advantage. So roll twice, take the higher. If you beat the worm's AC, you can manage to finagle your way into its mouth while... It's a pretty, like, thickly armored worm. Like, its skin is tough hide. Okay, wow. Those literally both just missed. So you kind of swoop down by the worm's mouth and just barely... One time you try to get in as Pam is leaving, and the other time you try to get in as Helen is going in, and you just can't make it both times, but it leaves you somewhere over here. And,
Somewhere over where?
somewhere right here. Close to, in between where the two tunnels are, near its tail.
Near its tail. I'm trying to see. Okay. Okay.
And is there anything else? You are gassed. You can move 10 feet.
I just get I get discouraged, a little sad, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. You're floating sad gas.
Yeah.
With that, it's Bellman's turn. He's going to... Okay. He's going to come around, crouch under your rod of lordly might. He's going to take 3 more. Okay. It's gonna come around, crouch under your rod of lordly might. Is going to take 3 more attacks with his great sword at this thing. Pretty angry now because he's one of the people that's hurt the most with just its simple poison bite. Okay. That one hits, that one doesn't. That one doesn't. So he makes it with 1. That's 2d6 plus 3. 8 plus 3 is 11. Okay. And that's his turn. He's going to use the rest of his movement to get away from the singer because I'm not planning on dying today. That was not in my ideas. Okay. Bye. And with that, it is Hellwind and Pam's turn again.
So I get up, right?
Yep, that's half your movement, so you have 15 feet of movement left. Each of these squares is 5 feet.
Can I move closer behind the barrels to get a better shot at the worm?
So, just to get a better shot, like eyeline, you can see above the barrels.
No,
so
just to so I can reach it better with my whip.
I see. 5, 10, 15. I'm trying to... I don't think... So you were here. 5, 10, 15. You'd have to be right here. And then, yeah, you could get it with your whip.
I'm gonna use my whip.
Okay. Go ahead, roll to attack.
Whip it good.
Unfortunately, does not hit as you try to whip. This stinger, like, smacks your whip out of the way with the non-fleshy end.
Okay.
Is there a bonus action or other movement you... Well, that took all of your movement, because you had to be like... Yeah. Is there a bonus action or other movement you would like to make?
Probably not.
Okay. In that case, Hellwind, it's your turn. You can make attacks with disadvantage, and you can't see.
Okay. Let's see.
Wait. Okay, never mind.
What?
Now it's fine.
Did you have a bonus action?
Yeah.
What bonus action did you have?
Hunter's mark?
Oh, you do have a hunter's mark, huh? You
Yeah.
go ahead and put hunter's mark on the purple worm. Are you concentrating? Is that a concentration spell?
Yes.
Okay. So I will go ahead and add that marker to you.
Okay.
So you...
No, go ahead.
No, you're good.
So
Go ahead.
I can hit it again, right?
No, hunter's mark is just essentially you're like circling it and saying, this is the one I'm focusing on. It's you doing a target select in a video game.
If I need to, I'll hit it.
Okay. I will... I'll make one of my attacks... let's see. Okay, if I use fainting attack, I feel like that's not applicable in a way.
No, you're restrained. So most of your attacks are just going to be trying to move your sword in a way that cuts it open from the inside.
Okay. Can I do anything? I don't think I can use rally.
What?
Or not.
What does rally do? Are you like calling to your friends?
Yeah. It says you can use a bonus action to bolster the resolve of your companions.
Okay. I would let you try for that with some kind of a roll, but it'd be a pretty high DC because you're inside of a worm.
Okay, for now I'll just do my attack.
Okay.
Since that's a bonus action.
They are with disadvantage, but go ahead.
Okay. Um,
And you guys,
my mask is still activated, correct?
it is. So we should
Do
do
I have
that
to make
first.
another? Yeah.
So let's do the contested D20 rolls. So your DC is higher this time, and the masks is lowered.
Okay. So just 1d20, right?
Mm-hmm.
14.
You feel it kind of try to take hold of your mind a little bit stronger this time since you've been caught off guard by the worm, but you're still like, no. And you can decide where
Okay.
damage is dealt this turn.
Sweet. I'm just gonna attack the inside of it.
Okay.
Let me roll that again.
Okay, so 20 still hits. Go ahead and roll your
Alright.
second attack as well.
Okay. Dang.
So the first one hits, the second one does not. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Wait, I get 3, right?
Oh, you're right, you do. Go ahead.
Or you
I
could
hope-
say that one and give it to me.
Dang it. I don't know. I have to be within 5 feet of you, and after last turn, I don't think Granny's gonna let me do that.
No.
I think. Yeah. Wait, no, I don't have to be within 5 feet of you. You just have to be able to hear or see me. But it's too late now, since I already rolled for it, I think.
Okay. So you made the first one, the other two missed because of the disadvantage. Go ahead and roll your damage for 1. Which your mask is
Alright.
still active, so you still get all that.
Okay.
See, I don't think it's unbalanced. I think that was just a very advantageously positioned first turn, because you guys had a minute to set it up.
Yeah. So 1d8 plus 2d12
Plus 5.
plus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Which is just under, you can feel it kind of start to try to start to spit you out, but then it just pushes you back a little bit more. You have to do 30 damage to it to get it to try to spit you out.
Dang it! I
Yeah.
was 1 away. Okay, I might be able to... I don't know. I don't think I have any bonus actions that are attacks.
Yeah. I think that's about all you
But-
can do.
Wait.
Yeah? What?
It also says the sword can cause the condition of fear on 1 creature per day.
It has to make a DC 15 wisdom save.
Yes.
Which it doesn't make, so it is officially afraid of you. However, it can't spit you out until it's its turn, so it's afraid of you and it's like, but you're still in its mouth.
Okay. Lastly, I'm actually going to use my bonus action to deactivate my mask because
Okay.
I don't want to risk anymore.
Okay. So the mask kind of hisses as you turn it off, and you're like, huh, okay, so that did a lot of damage, and now I'm inside a worm. Darius, it's your turn.
Okay. So, Pam put a hunter's mark on this worm, right?
Yeah.
All right. So it's not. I'm at the tail end where the stinger is, right?
Yes, you are.
So I take my rod of lordly might,
Yes.
hoist it to where it's over the stinger, the base of the stinger.
Uh-huh.
Then I launch it into the floor through the base of the stinger. So
Okay.
it can't go.
Make a... Is that a thing your rod can do, or are you just being creative?
No, it's a thing I can do. The rod can do. It
Okay.
penetrates into the steel floor. It has a certain tip on it.
Okay, let me look that up real quick. Okay, I'll say go ahead and roll. Well, let me see what the item does. Okay, Rod of Lordly Might. Okay. Flame Tongue, Battle Axe, Spear Point, Magic Spear, Climbing pole, battering ram, magnetic north, paralyze. Are you trying to paralyze it?
I'm trying to pin it down.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack with it with advantage because it's right there.
So it's button 3, right?
Button 3.
Spear point springs from the rod's tip, and the rod's handle lengthens to a 6-foot half. Transform the rod into a magic spear. Okay.
So go ahead and roll with advantage and do it 1d20 plus 7 twice because you get a plus 3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it.
I love this.
I know, it's your favorite toy.
Does that look right?
I haven't seen a roll yet. Oh, but it's with advantage. It's with advantage. Roll it again because he's right there and you're trying to pin its tail. Unfortunately, still does not hit. You try to bring it down into the thing's tail, and the armor of the hide is still too great for it to pierce through, so it just kind of clangs off and sits at your feet, stabbed into the ground. Is there anything you would like to try to do with your bonus action? Would you like to try to move away?
Well, it missed is what you're saying?
Pardon, I'm sorry? Yes. The armor class is too high for this to still hit, because you got an 8 and a 12.
So what about the terrify? So while holding the rod, you can use an action force. Each creature you can see within 30 feet of you to make a DC 17 Wisdom saving.
You use your bonus action to change it into your spear, but the action you took was to use the spear to attack with it. So you've already used your action.
Sorry,
Okay.
guys.
That's alright.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's not your fault. I'm sure there will be many times attacks will miss in this game. Okay.
Yeah.
So, at the start of the Purple Worm's turn, at the start of the turn, you take damage, Hellwind. And
Okay.
as soon as it's capable of doing it, it's like spewing bile to try and help spit you up. So it's going to do 8. 20 damage, 20 acid damage to you, and then it pushes you out onto the floor into this other tunnel over here on the side, past beyond where you can see. And now that you are there, it being afraid of you can no longer move in that direction. So it's going to turn itself around. Hi, kitty. Gonna turn itself around and attempt to attack Darius so that it can have a clearer path to go through these barrels. Okay. And then its tail attack, it's not moving closer to you, so it can still hit you with an attack. When you're frightened of something, you can't move any closer to it, but you can still attack it because its tail is still in your vicinity. So,
Okay.
I'll call it out now. The darker die is for the attack on Darius, the lighter die is for the attack on Vincent. Both hit with a 30 and a 31.
Wait, which one to who?
Um,
Oh, those are the rolls? Okay. sorry.
yes.
I was thinking damage.
No. 30 and a 31, and then 3d8 plus 9 for Darius. 9, 17, 26 points of damage to you, Darius. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Yeah. And then...
Is this teeth or is this stinger?
This is teeth. He turned himself around. So, that's... Did you make your dexterity saving throw, Darius?
Hold on.
Also, did you record the damage?
Come on. A white pointer on a white piece of paper doesn't work very well.
And then...
Come on. A white pointer on a white piece of paper doesn't work very well.
And then...
There it is.
And then it's 22 points of piercing damage to you, Vincent, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Where's my dexterity save? Is that good?
Gulp! You are swallowed by the worm as it uses the rest of its turn to knock out these barrels and swallow you up. And then stay there is its movement.
And I'm making a Constitution saving throw?
Yes. Oof. You take 12d6 poison damage. I'm just going to use the average.
Oh my gosh.
Take 42 poison damage.
Okay.
Are you awake?
Let's see. Yeah, that is all my HP.
Okay, you are unconscious. Okay, so Hellwind is currently unconscious over here. Okay. Okay. Over here. Hup. There's the boy. And Darius is swallowed by the guy. And that is the worm's turn. Ashoka, it's your turn. You're missed.
Okay. I'm gonna just assume that, again, I can't get in because someone else was swallowed. So...
Every time I've had you make a dexterity check versus this thing's armor class to see if you can find a chink in its armor or if you can get in through its mouth, and every time you've gotten below an 18, which is its armor class.
I don't think I'm gonna go for that again. I think I'm gonna go through a different tactic. I think I'm going to... Hang on. Okay, that's the same thing I'm looking at. Okay, 1 second. People research. Okay. Whew. So, okay. This might be terrible. Maybe I should have nothing else that could work. I'm just gonna assume that most of my regular attacks won't be able to damage this thing. So what I'm gonna do instead... Okay. So it says right here that it says that I am a researcher, so it says when you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore, if you do not know that information, you often know where and from whom you can obtain it. So
Yes.
could I, if I don't already know how to defeat purple worms, if I can't figure that out on my own, could I use my Step of the Wind to dash out of this area, really quickly go find somewhere how to defeat it, and then come back and share that information?
Unfortunately, a round of combat in D&D for everyone to go takes 6 seconds. And you know instinctively that no matter how fast your Step of the Wind is, that is only an increase to your speed and would not allow you to go and do a research mission in the middle of a battle. You are worried that if you go off and leave now and try to come back later with more information, the worm would be gone. One of your friends might be worse off than they already are. You know it's a bad idea.
Okay, cool. New bonus way. Another creature will be consumed. Okay, I'm just gonna. Huh. Dang. Okay. Two keyboards to cast thunder. So what exactly does Thunder Wave do for Fist of Four Thunders?
Thunder Wave is a spell that you cast that does thunder damage to something. However, because you're currently in gaseous form, you can't attack or cast a spell.
Good lord. Okay, I'm gonna try to see if there's any chance I can get inside that worm again. That's really all I can do.
You can
Make
do
a
it. I believe
make
in
a
you.
dexterity check. You have to be a DC of 18.
Okay, please. Just work. Okay, cool. Okay, turn it over. Okay. I'm gonna try next time. I'll figure something out. Don't worry, guys. I'm on the case.
So you move some space this way to get within 10 feet of it, and that's about it. Okay.
Can I be,
Yes.
like, right in front of the worm's mouth?
You can only move 10 feet in a turn as a gas. So, 5, 10. This is as far as you can move.
Oh.
So I thought I was, like, right next to the worm as it was, though.
Well, yes, but then the worm turned.
Okay.
The worm has 40 feet of movement, 50 feet of movement on its turn.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna scream out to everybody. Try to get it to open up its mouth.
You
stop
can't talk
getting
or
swallowed.
manipulate objects.
What? I can't speak?
No.
Dang
You
it,
have no
okay,
mouth,
I
but you
gotta
must
keep
scream.
Stop getting eaten. Yeah, Lord. Okay. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay, it's Bellman's turn. Still looks not the best. He's going to be like, alright, this is bad. And he's going to use his action surge to go ahead and make 6 attacks on this thing.
Ooh, dang.
Come on,
He gets an
Bellman.
natural 20 on one of them. Fails the other one.
Yes.
Fails that
Come on,
one.
Bellman.
Just makes another. So that's 2 that hit, one of them being a critical. That's 4 rolled.
Nice. Come on, Bellman.
Doesn't.
Do it.
Come on,
So
Bellman.
only 2 hit, but one of them was 2, 2, 4. So 8 plus 3 is 11. Not the best. And then another 2d6 plus 3.
I still believe in you, Bellman.
6, 9. So 11 and 9 minus is 20. This guy looks so bad. Okay. Okay. This thing looks really rough now. Having swallowed different things that have attacked it from the inside, from the barrage Hellwind released on it earlier, from the very first just onslaught of daggers that Darius released, and all the attacks you guys managed to get in on this first surprise round. It looks really bad. Pam and Hellwind, it's your turn.
Ugh, okay.
I have to make death saving throws, right?
Yeah, you do. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Alright. Just Constitution saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay. Or
Actually, hold on. I think it's just roll 1d20.
But
That means
but
you failed.
I have an ability that lets me my Indomitable one.
Uh-huh.
Can I use that for death saves?
What does it do?
Beginning at 9th level, you can re-roll a saving throw that you fail. If you do so, you must use the new roll. You can use this feature twice between long rests.
Edgar part of you. Edgar doesn't know what's going to happen if he dies. And Pam doesn't know what's going to happen if he dies, but in a very different way.
So I'm definitely praying then. I'm definitely gonna use Divine Favor.
Okay, what does that do?
It lets my weapon deal an extra 1d4 radiant damage.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Go ahead and
I
roll
have
for your
Divine
attack.
Radiance. It's a bonus action though. Does that count?
That counts, so then you can use your action to attack. It's essentially a buff for yourself.
Okay. Then I cast Divine Favor.
You cast Divine Favor. Go ahead and roll for your attack.
D20?
Your regular whip. I assume that's what you're using.
20, right?
Yeah, it's your D20. You can just click your whip. I think it's 1d20 plus 3 or plus 4 for you on your sheet.
My what? I can what?
You can click on it on the bio on the score space of your sheet. You can click on your whip and do an attack roll that way.
Oh, okay. True. What I've been doing.
20 hits. Go ahead and roll your damage. So all this time you've been praying and praying, and all you heard is just this little at the back of your head. Go ahead and roll your damage.
What's my damage? With like it's the D4, but it's also the extra D4, right?
Yes.
The 2D4.
Mhm.
Nice.
And with that, finally, as the laughter in the back of your head fades, and you feel this is like, yes, in the back of your head. How do you want this creature to leave the story?
Yes.
Oh god. Can it just like slice right down the middle?
Yes, so you bring back your holy whip, your divine light, getting a sense of what Darius was trying to do before, and finally hearing the affirmation in the back of your head. You watch as the whip, normally not as powerful as this, glows with the divine energy and goes whoosh, and just slices the thing into
Nice.
guts spilling out, and Darius falling from the center onto the ground.
Finally, thank you.
There's the two halves
Can I
of the worm.
quickly heal everyone?
Now that you're out of combat, you can do whatever you please. You do notice, though, that Ashoka is still floating as gas.
Okay, that's fine. I can stay like that for all I care.
He can finally get inside the thing, though.
It's true. The guts of the
That
worm
could
are
be that
spilling
hard.
out on the ground.
So can I? So I think it's Vincent and Bellman. Bellman?
Yeah.
That are like the most damaged, right?
Yeah, Darius isn't looking too hot either after being swallowed by a worm. And yourself is also pretty bad. You all kind of got messed up, except for Ashoka, who couldn't get his way into this worm's mouth if he tried, which he did.
I'm so
I have 24 hit points left to give. So can I give 8 to each of them?
Sure. I imagine the first thing that you do is run over and get Vincent awake.
Yeah. I didn't cast Cure Wounds yet, right?
No, you haven't.
So, do I use that on Vincent or Bell? Okay, forget Bellman. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on Vincent.
Okay. So Pam rushes over, and you kind of, still not entirely familiar with how you did this. You only did this once with Jacques before. You reach over and kind of tilt up his head, and even though his mask isn't activated anymore, it's still on, and you can see the blood and spatter, the way that the teeth ripped up his sides of his armor, and you just kind of put your hand on his face, neck, shoulder. How do you do this? And cast Cure Wounds. How many hit points do you...
I put them both on his shoulders.
Okay.
And I'm like, come on, wake up, come on. You dumb hoe, wake up.
And then... and it's like weird. It's like layers of you wake up. It's like Harrison, Vincent, Hellwind. And then you're like...
I feel like you called me a dumb hoe.
I like slap him. Don't you ever get swallowed by a worm ever again, okay? Okay?
Only if you don't.
I like hug him.
Bellman
Ow.
actually sighs and kind of pushes the part of the worm out of the way off of the barrels, and then, if I could select just him, that would be great. Walks over to you, Darius. You did good out there. That whole cloud of daggers thing, which has faded now when you got swallowed by the worm. It was pretty great. Puts an arm on your shoulder, and then gives you some healing as well, as he gives you...
Oh. He's a healer?
You don't know what he is.
I
Well,
kinda-
now we do.
I kind of
Like-
side eye, and I get up and I stand in front of him and I put my hand out.
Did he give me hit points?
Yeah, how many do you need?
I lost 15.
He gives you 15. You did fine work out there. I'm glad I brought you all on for this project.
So did she shake my hand?
Sorry, I didn't notice you standing there. What do you need? He reaches out and kind of hesitates, but then shakes it.
I give him all 24 of my hit points.
Oh, wow. Alright. That was... Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you alright yourself?
Oh, I'm fine. Spits out blood.
Alright then. He kind of kicks the worm behind him. So, imagine this went about as well as it could have been. There were only 3 of us swallowed as opposed to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So, how many more
Usually
things?
my
What?
usually my rod of lordly might is more accurate.
Oh.
Sorry, it missed the shoulder there.
It's alright. He kind of laughs. I've been needing a haircut anyway. So, I imagine we best get upstairs, ask that little lady for our money, and ask what she wants us to do with the carcass of this thing. Everybody alright here? We can get paid and be on our separate ways, yes?
So, there's only one of these things, right?
I hope so.
Okay. Because I thought we were dealing with plural, as in, worms.
Well, it was a theory that might be some kind of a plot, but so far, I haven't heard any other running from the vibrations of this. Have you?
No.
Supposing we could get back down in here through these Speaking of, where the hell were you? Not you, Darius. Your compadres here. What come running in late, followed by a purple worm. Exeunt pursued by worm.
Oh, we were, oh my god. Daniel. Okay. No, we were just trying to find the worm from a different angle, from a different area, and it worked, That's all. So,
At least you didn't get yourselves killed down in a tunnel somewhere we couldn't see you. I suppose that is a blessing in disguise.
yeah.
And so, as you all stand around the carcass of one of your first kills, not only as a party, as characters in a game, but as your real life selves inhabiting these bodies, that's where we're going to close today's session.
Woo. How many hit points did
Congratulations.
I get back?
Oh yeah, did you roll for your cure wounds?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to roll?
I think it's 1d8 plus your spellcasting modifier unless you cast it at a higher level. Yeah.
Let's see.
Whatever level you cast it at adds another d8. So 1d8 if it's a first, more if it's higher. How many spell slots did everybody have left?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't have spells, so. But I have 4 superiority die left.
So what's my...
Roll 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier, which I believe is plus 10.
Okay. Check.
Ashoka,
Yes.
you're still a mist.
I'm still trying to get in the mouth, if being honest.
This is going to be a problem. You gain 15 HP, my dude.
Cool.
Oh, really?
Not you!
Okay, well, I'm gonna add 15 anyway. Is that cool?
No.
No.
For all my hard work.
Alright.
Okay,
Thank
wait,
you,
wait. What do I have to roll to try to get in the mouth?
No!
I'll roll dexterity.
You can easily just crawl in its mouth at this point.
Yeah,
if
you
want to.
can. It's open. It's staying open because it's dead.
Can't believe
Sure. You are inside of the dead
No,
purple worm.
I need 18. I'll use saving throws. Dang it!
That's not how that works.
Here, I'll type it in instead.
That whole round.
Roll/worm. Did it do anything?
It should be /roll worm.
I'll have you guys.
Roll worm.
Dear Ashoka, can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? This is not the first time in response to worms someone has tried to turn themselves or part of their party into gas, and I cannot believe you also did that. I literally watched that happen in an episode of Critical Role earlier this week and thought, there's no way that's not going to happen with my party. And lo and behold.
And it would have been epic if you guys would have stopped getting swallowed by worms. I didn't. You guys just turned yourselves into gas.
All right, everybody. That's been our episode for today.
We did great. Everybody, teamwork. This is why there's no I in team. We did it together.
We'll deal with the aftermath of this next week. Do you guys want to say your very special sign-off?
Yeah.
And that's just how we roll.
Oh, wait, we should count down first.
3,
Where?
2, 1, and
And that's just how we roll.
Good night, everybody. We love you.
Bye.
See you next time. Bye.
Bye.